I'd like to call the Senate to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBarn, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McConnell, Daniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Mr. President, a quorum is present.
Thank you all. Will the senators and guests in the gallery please rise? Thank you. Thank you. I have an invocation given by Reverend Andy Coburn, who is the pastor of the First Presbyterian Church in Winona, Mississippi, who's a guest of Senator Lydia Chasnow, who will then do the Pledge of Allegiance. So, Reverend Coburn.
Let us pray. Oh, Heavenly Father, you are the sovereign God who made and knows each star cast to the farthest reaches of the universe, to the number of hairs on each of our heads. And so we come to you, and by this prayer we confess that we need you. We need you, for this world is not as it should be, and we are not as we should be. And so we ask that you would give us all wisdom, that you would give us a hunger to search for the truth of this world as you made it, and give each one of these ladies and gentlemen the wisdom and the courage to fight for the truth, and to be able to do so with kindness and decorum that befits our being made in your holy image. And when that truth is discovered and the laws that are passed here on behalf of the people, may you bless this body further in the further deliberations that go on here. May you bless through this state, this great state of Mississippi and her people, and through this great state, bless America. For we pray this in the name of the one who said, I am the truth, the way, and the life. No man comes unto the Father except by me, through Jesus, your Son and our Savior. And for his glory we pray. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen.
Please join me in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Okay.
You don't wash dishes in the Rotary Fund.
Thank you, Reverend Coburn. Now to the reading of the journal. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate dispense with reading of the journal.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Message and petitions, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. President, there are none.
Committee reports, Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with reading of the committee reports.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the committee reports. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Next, the reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Mr. President, I move the Senate dispense with reading of the titles of the bills and resolutions.
Senator moves to dispense with the reading of the titles of bills and the resolutions. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Thank you. We'll go quickly to the introduction of guests. Senator Hobson, Senator Michelle, Senator Boyd, and Senator Parks, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that any fans or graduates of the University of Mississippi make their way to the front. We have a very special group of guests and other friends too, Senator Harkins. You can come join us. We've got a very, very special group of people here in the Senate today, and I'm honored to be able to recognize them. And before I do, I would ask Mr. President for floor privileges for Coach Corey Hinkes and selected members of the Ole Miss women's golf team, the national champions from 2021. I would ask they be allowed privileges of the floor.
As I asked for four privileges, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Colonel Wagner, please escort Coach Hinkes to the floor. Senator Hobson, you're recognized for the introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I mentioned, this is a really special day for us in the state of Mississippi and here in the Mississippi Senate, and for Ole Miss and for these young ladies and the coaches that have accomplished such a great feat. I had the pleasure of speaking with Coach Hinckus. I'm going to tell you a little bit about her team before we play a video and have the title read for this resolution. But I want to go back to last year, actually. Coach, I was playing golf with a couple of buddies on the day that y'all won the national championship, and I had on my phone, I was watching between shots. I'd go back and watch and see what you were doing, and it was such an exciting moment. And you were getting near the end, and I ran back to my house just in time with my wife to watch the conclusion of it. We were so excited, we were jumping up and down to see that the ladies from Ole Miss had won the national championship, and it was just a great day. But I want to tell you briefly about Coach Hinckus, and I'm going to give her an opportunity to speak in a moment, but what a magnificent job she's done in, I think, the 6 years you've been at Ole Miss, and to bring this team to a national championship, and they've steadily improved, and we're looking for great things this year. Coach Hinckus told me something really important before we walked in here. Her students have a cumulative GPA of 3.93 in addition to being the national champions. They were in the top 10. They were in the top 10, not only number one in the nation in performance on the golf course, but they were top 10 in the country in GPA too. So what a feat for them, and so proud of these young ladies. I do want you to acknowledge that in our North Gallery, along with Senator McCon and Senator Boyd and others, we've got other members of the team and the coaches and assistant athletic directors that are here as well. But before we introduce Coach Hinckus to say a few words to the Senate, I would like, Mr. President, first to have the title read, and then also there's a video that I'd like to show you too. So at this time, Mr. President, please have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Concurrent Resolution Number 527, a concurrent resolution commending and congratulating the University of Mississippi Ole Miss Rebels women's golf team and Coach Corey Hinckus for winning their first women's national title in school history. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Senate of the State of Mississippi, the House of Representatives concurring therein, that we do hereby commend and congratulate the University of Mississippi Ole Miss Rebels women's golf team and Coach Corey Hinckus for winning their first women's national title in school history, and extend to the team, coaches, parents, and sponsors our best wishes for continued success. Be it further resolved that this resolution be presented to Coach Corey Hinckus and Ole Miss Chancellor Glenn Boyce for the team, forwarded to the Board of Trustees of State Institutions of Higher Learning, and made available to the Capitol Press Corps.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I'd ask that you recognize Coach Hinckus to address the Mississippi State Senate.
Coach Hinckus, you are recognized.
Thank you. What an honor it is to be here today, and we really appreciate you guys taking time of your busy schedule to include us. Every time I watch that, I think I get a little teary-eyed or get those emotions all coming back. It never gets old. So I know this team here, these girls standing before us, the ones up here, Coach Bird, he's up here with us as well. We couldn't have done it without all of them and their hard work that we put in over years. You know, this has taken some time to get to where we are today, but I wouldn't have wanted to do it with any other group other than, you know, the girls standing behind me and the ones sitting up above. It's really an honor to be the first female team to ever win a national championship at the University of Mississippi, and one that we'll always cherish. And I think some of the best memories that we all have are when we arrived back to Oxford and had the whole city of Oxford at the airport in a double-decker bus. They did a parade for us through town and through the square, and I know some of the girls commented that they felt like celebrities, and Ellen here from England said she felt like the Queen, so I thought that was pretty impressive. So I really, really appreciate that, and just being able to celebrate with all of our people from Mississippi who truly care and are big Rebel fans. And I think it's really special that Mississippi State baseball also won a national championship this year. I think it's quite impressive to have two teams from the small state of Mississippi win a national championship, and I'm really proud of that. And I think the future is bright for Mississippi athletics, and thank you guys again.
Thank you, Coach Hinkes, and thank you, Mr. President. Great day for Mississippi and for Ole Miss. Thanks. We'd like to get a picture, too. I'm going to step to the side of the dais.
You can come up here, Brian. Great. I want to acknowledge that Coach Prime is also coming, as well as Mississippi State, so we'll be ecumenical. This building was built.
Yeah.
Where is, how far?
45 minutes, just straight, kind of around the M25. Yeah. Just around the M25. Yeah, right, yeah.
Look, a good challenge. The greatest challenge I was about this week was learning. I was young.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Lady Rebels, and congratulations again on your national championship. Are there other introductions? We may have some other introductions. Let's see if there are introductions of guests. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Senator Butler, you're recognized for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to introduce my friend Chandler Russ from Natchez. He's sitting in the South Gallery. He's the Executive Director of Natchez, Inc. Would the Senate please make him welcome?
Yes, sir. Good to see you, Chandler. Good to have you here. Anyone else? Anyone else? With seeing none, we'll move to the calendar. Chairman Hobson. Yeah, we were going to do that after Hobson's, I think. Yeah, right after his, we'll recognize you, Senator. Chairman Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ask that we skip item 1 on today's calendar, move to item 2, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2776, Healthcare Expendable Fund, extend date of repeal.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move adoption of the matter and ask that I be allowed to explain. I think you've recognized me for that. This is the Healthcare Expendable Fund. We're just simply extending the repealer on this to 2024. That's all this is, extension of the repealer. Happy to yield to any questions, Mr.
Any
President.
questions on the bill?
If there are none, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senators move for adoption by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? We should be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Item 3, Senator Hobson is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we skip item 3 on the calendar and have it retain its place and move to item 4.
Item 4, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2966, appropriation additional to the Revenue Department of Mississippi Medical Cannabis Act.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Hobson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This and the next bill are deficit budgets that we're going to have to do for the Department of Revenue, and the next one's going to be the Department of Health to help them implement the procedures that are required under the Medical Cannabis Act. The Department of Revenue will need $3.631 $3,631,268 to hire the new agents, equipment, some computer work, and other information they will need to start this. We do have a projected cost for next year's budget. Some of this is just upfront costs we got to pay to get the program started, and some of that will go down. Obviously, they'll have some continuing cost to implement it, but it won't be quite as much as this initial cost. Happy to yield to questions if there are none.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your
Move
motion.
adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Move adoption by use of the morning roll call. All in favor? Any object to the procedure? We should be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Item 5, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. One moment, please. Thank you. I ask that we go to item 5 on today's bill and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2967, appropriation additional to the Health Department of Mississippi Medical Cannabis Act.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the Department of Health. They're going to have an initial expenditure of $3,800,128.43 for the first 5 months of the year. That includes some salary increases, fringes, contractual, some commodities and equipment, and other items that will get them through the first 5 months of the medical marijuana implementation. Yield for questions. If there are none, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Senator Blackman, for what purpose do you seek recognition? Would you yield for a question, Senator?
I yield.
Senator Blackman, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Chairman. This money, you said, is for salaries and things of that nature. Is there something coming where, for contractual services? Because as I remember the medical marijuana program, that we had initially had tracking in agriculture, and now it's out. So
this is the information that they have given us. It appears that for the first 5 months of this is all they're going to need. This is not next year's budget, so you could have some additional. And basing on the data, I mean, I've got a spreadsheet of all the people they will need, which initially it's going to include. They've got a consulting operation at $41,000. They've got the implementation cost. They've got certain salaries, a deputy director to handle that, a program specialist, or 3 program specialists, compliance inspectors. And so some of that's going to be included in next year's and the FY23 budget. This 3.8 million, I'd have to break it down to see what part of those salaries we need to get hired to get us through these next 5 months. I'd probably take a little calculation to figure that out. But Senator, that's a great question. And before we bring up the final product, I'm looking at what they think it would be for them. Now, I don't want to be held to this, but just a little under 4.686 million they think will be the going forward cost. But I think we need to sharpen the pencil on that and make sure it's right for next year. Good question, though.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Blackman. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
The motion is adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? We should be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Item 6, Senator.
Thank you. I ask that we skip item 6, have it retain its place, and go to item 7 on today's calendar. Have the title
Clerk,
read.
please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2778, line item Appropriation Transparency Act revised.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object to the procedure?
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Aye. Did you ask?
Yes, aye. I asked for ayes.
Item 7, 2778 is a line item Transparency Act revisions. We passed this bill last year. There were some implementation issues that we didn't have straight. One of those was in the state support funds, we didn't include the funds that were received from judgments and settlements and funds received from revenue sharing from other different sources that we receive funds into the state of Mississippi. Those were not included in the definition last year. Also, the change this year is for those entities that are receiving funds, we're going to funnel all that through the Department of Finance Administration. They'll do quarterly reports to them as to how those funds are being used, so we can keep good track on any third-party entities that are utilizing state funds to implement the programs that we pass and support. I will yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none,
If
we're
there
ready for
are
your
none, I move
motion.
adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? This court is voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Senator, you're recognized.
I move that we pass items 8 through 13 on the calendar and have them retain their place.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. We'll now recognize Senator McMahon. Motion out of order. Just 1 second. No.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask to suspend the rules and take up House Bill number 1440.
Senator McMahon has requested to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized for 1440.
I gave it to I call up the bill and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
House Bill number 1440, an act authorizing the governing authorities of the City of Natchez, Mississippi, and the Board of Supervisors of Adams County, Mississippi, to contribute funds to Natchez, Inc., a Mississippi nonprofit corporation organized for economic development purpose and for related purposes.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator McMahon.
This is a bill for local and private for Natchez, Mississippi. Last year, it got through the committees, both ends of the houses, and we realized that the date was incorrect in it. So all we're doing is changing the repeal date. That's the only thing the bill does. It's a local matter. It allows the city of Natchez and the county to contribute to their local economic team, which is Natchez, Inc. Ask you to support the bill. Happy to take any questions. If you're not,
Questions. Senator Parker, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question.
You yield for a question, Senator McMahon.
I yield.
Senator Parker, you're recognized.
So this is a contribution to economic development in the city of Natchez?
For the city of Natchez and the county as well. Yes.
Okay.
And they have a united economic team.
Is this a Senate bill or is this, I'm just seeing this, so is this a Senate bill or a House bill?
It's a House bill.
Who represents the city of Natchez in here?
I don't know exactly who represents all of Natchez. I think Senator Butler represents some of it, and I think Senator Sojourner represents, but I could be wrong. Could be someone else as well. Is that correct, Senator? Yeah, it's Senator Butler and Senator Sojourner, sir.
Okay, I'd like to be recognized to speak on the bill at the appropriate time.
Okay, other questions? Other questions? Other questions? Senator Parker, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, members of the Senate. Thank you, Chairman. This bill is a complete surprise to me this morning. I did not know Local and Private was going to bring this bill out and bring it to the floor. So I have some concerns about this that I was hoping to be able to go around and talk to a number of the members of the body about, but because it came up so quickly, I tried to reach out to a couple of people, but I apologize that I wasn't able to reach everyone. I think Local and Private this morning also took up a bill that involves my county, DeSoto County. And what the bill in DeSoto County does is it extends a repealer on a Local and Private that's been voted on twice by the citizens of our county. And in that stance, the ask is to extend the repealer like we do on all of the Local and Privates. It's my understanding that just like last year, that this bill will have some obstacles on the House side, and that's concerning to me. The obstacles on the House side will be that a number of members, perhaps from the DeSoto County delegation, will be voting no or voting present on the bill, which by Local and Private rules could essentially be a killing motion to that. And I bring this to your attention because Local and Privates, and I had the honor to serve on Local and Private for 4 years when Perry Lee was the chair. Local and Privates were set aside as a committee because the actions of that committee are supposed to be the will of the people from that area and unique and specific to that group. And when we bring up legislation like that, I may not know what exactly is going on in Jackson County or whatever the county might be, but what I am respectful of is that we have a resolution from the Board of Supervisors that comes to the chairman. We have the support that's given by the members of the legislature of their people in their area, and we vote on it. And what I've always done is I've honored the wishes of the people from that area, and I've allowed that bill to pass. So I'm proud to have voted for, I think, probably a piece of Local and Private from each and every one of your areas. My concern is that each and every time that I've voted for one of those pieces of legislation for the past 10 years, there have always been some votes of no or present that have been taken on each and every one of those pieces. And every time that happens, I just think in my mind, well, is there any circumstance from that? Is there ever any time where we will recognize that every single Local and Private in this body is not voted or supported by certain, sometimes people in the legislature? And so what we're faced with today is we're faced with a piece of Local and Private legislation that impacts an area that sometimes has a vote of no or present on Local and Private pieces of legislation that are important. I have sat in this room and watched a bill to give money to the United Way get no votes on it, and watch it go over to the House and have the same thing happen over there. I just feel very strongly that that is not the way the Senate should be acting. My desk mate, when I sat over there where Senator Tate sits, was Bob Deere, who passed away, great friend of mine. So I cannot tell you how strongly I feel about Natchez. I visited Natchez with the National Guard. I love the place. This has absolutely nothing to do with Natchez, Senator Butler. But what I've learned is that in the off session this last year, there was a grading system that was created to grade the members of this legislature on their votes for the year. a number of us, including myself, were, I guess, honored to get an F. The F that I got on that report card came directly from some of the votes I took on local and private legislation. The group that put that study committee together was good enough to come up to DeSoto County and host a luncheon or dinner that was free. Anybody could attend it. And they put a card on the table at the luncheon with a scan that allowed you to scan it and check your senator's scorecard. And so what people did, people I know, they scanned it and they immediately texted me and called me and asked me why I got an F in this Senate body and asked me why I was not following the conservative principles that I told them that I would work for. So I know this is a long discussion here. I think it's important that this body know, and I think it's important that groups that go and try to do that understand that when you do that, this body notices that, this body recognizes it, and this body takes action on that. So my suggestion today, and I gave this a lot of prayerful thought, is not that you vote no for this local and private, because I don't want someone to vote no on mine. That's not what I ask. But I'd like you to prayerfully consider, and I'm going to try to call for a roll call vote if I can get enough support. I'd like you to consider entering a vote of present on this. If this body all enters a vote of present and we're united on this, the outcome of this local and private bill will be completely decided by the people from Natchez. And so, Senator Butler, I recognize for this, you're in a tough spot. So however you vote is up to you. But I think it's a fair way to do it. I did check with Senate rules today. My understanding is that if we all vote present and there are enough yes votes to pass this legislation, that the legislation will pass. And so my question will be in just a moment to suggest that we vote by roll call and that the members here who have similar concerns consider voting present on this piece of legislation. And I yield for any questions.
Questions for Senator Parker? Questions? Seeing none, Senator McMahon, you're recognized to respond.
Senator Parker, thank you for what you said. I sense your frustration and the frustration of your delegation in this Senate body. This came up last year. Certain areas of the state are being held hostage economically because of the internal rules of the chamber on the other end of this building. I tried to address this last year by saying that, I merely present bills to this body. You pass the bills. So it'll be up to you what you want to do with this. I will share with you, this was brought out quickly through the House and through the Senate to correct the date so that they could legally start receiving public funds again from these entities. But if you choose, if I understand it correctly, they only need one vote to make this, to move this forward. So I ask you to vote. I'm going to let the body work. The body can decide what it would like to do.
Okay, any further questions? Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Senator Parker asks for a roll call vote.
Roll call vote. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Branning, Bryan, Butler to 36, Butler to 38, Carter, Kaufman, Chazanall, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Frazier, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Jordan, Johnson, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McLendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger. Voting yes or yay, Blackman, Bryan. Okay. Barnett, Barrett, Blackwell, Blunt, Boyd, Brenning, Carter, Kaufman, Chisholm, DeBar, Delano, England, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McDaniel, McClendon, McMahon, Michelle, Moran, Norwood, Parker, Parks, Pope, Seymour, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Sparks, Suber, Tate, Thompson, Turner Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, Williams, Younger,
Okay, we have to the vote. Senator Simmons, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the vote,
Yes.
I vote aye.
Senator Simmons, aye. Senator Derek Simmons, you're recognized to the vote.
I vote aye, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Simmons. Senator Jackson, you're recognized to the vote.
To the vote?
Yes, sir.
I vote aye.
Sen- Senator Norwood, you're recognized to the vote.
I vote aye.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Barnett.
To the vote,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to change my vote from present to aye.
Thank you. Senator Boyd, you're recognized. Yes?
Aye.
Aye. Senator Blunt, passes. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, please talk.
voting aye, Barnett, Barrett, Blackman, Boyd, Bryan, Butler 36, Butler 38, Carter, Chazanall, DeBar, Delano, England, Fillingane, Harkins, Hickman, Hill, Hobson, Horn, Jackson, Johnson, Jordan, Kirby, McCon, McClendon, Norwood, Parks, Simmons of the 12th, Simmons of the 13th, Sojourner, Spark, Suber, Tate, Thomas, Thompson, Turner, Ford, Whaley, Wiggins, and Younger. Voting nay, McDaniel. Voting present, Blackwell, Branning, Chisholm, Frazier, Moran, Parker, Polk, and Williams.
Senator Frazier, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Vote
Yes, sir.
aye.
Senator Frazier? Aye.
McDaniel voted no. Frazier. Frazier said aye. Change it to aye. Yes, sir. Aye.
Senator Fillingane, you're recognized for what purpose?
For an introduction, I have ordered at the proper time, Mr. President.
Please proceed while we're waiting on the total. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the South Gallery, if Ms. Dr. Beverly Commodore will stand. She is the mother of one of my pages here this week. She is also a member of the Mississippi Minority Cannabis Association, a board member from Hattiesburg, Mississippi. So on behalf of myself and Senators Barnett and Johnson, we want to welcome her to the State Senate.
Welcome. One moment, please. By a vote of 38 yeas, 1 no, 39, I'm sorry, I couldn't read you right, 39 yeas, 1 no, and 7 present, the bill passes. Back on the calendar. Senator Harkins, you're recognized. Item 14 on the calendar.
I'd like to skip item 14, have it retain its place on the calendar, and go to item 15, Senate Bill 2764, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2764, Local Government Capital Improvements Revolving Loan Fund, extend repealer on MDA authority to use certain funds for expenses.
One moment. Okay, Senator Harkins, you skip and retain his place on the calendar?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, we'll go to 16 then. Senator Harkins, you're recognized.
Thank you.
14 and 15 retain their place on the calendar.
I need item 16, Senate Bill number 2770, have the title read.
2770. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2770, income tax, extend repealer on job tax credit for certain water transportation enterprises.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Harkins.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a repealer extension on the job tax credit for water transportation enterprises. It extends the repealer for an additional 4 years. That's the explanation of the bill.
Questions?
If there are no questions, I move adoption by the morning roll call.
Questions? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, move for adoption by the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? We should be recorded as voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Senator 17 on the calendar.
Go to item 17, Senate Bill 2771, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2771, income tax, extend repealer on tax credit for certain charges for using certain port and airport facilities.
This is just a repealer extension, extending the program for another 4 years to use a motion, sorry.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a repealer extension, extending the program to 2026 on the tax credit for ports and airport facilities across the state. That is the explanation of the bill. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the morning roll call.
Questions? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, motion's been made to adoption by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? There should be, of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator, item 18.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 18 and 19, have them retain their place on the calendar, and go to item 20, Senate Bill 2090, and have the title read.
18 and 19 retain their place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2090, distinctive motor vehicle license tags authorized for Mississippi Book Festival.
Make the usual motion. This is adoption. I move adoption of the committee sub.
Makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Okay, Senator, we're ready for questions.
All right. I move we adopt the committee substitute and be recognized to explain it.
You're recognized, Senator, to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the omnibus tag bill that we're going to provide from the Senate. I think it may be the House's turn to have the bill this year, but we're going to at least provide a vehicle to move forward. So make sure that you have any of your tag requests in to Ian here, by the middle of the session. We're going to have a vehicle alive to do that. So this is one of the vehicles that we're going to use. So that is an explanation of the committee sub. If there are no questions, I move adoption of the committee sub.
Okay, questions? Questions? Move to adoption of this committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
If there are no further questions, I move adoption by the morning roll call.
There's adoption by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none? As amended, bill passes. 21.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 21 through 25, have them retain their place on the calendar, and go to item 26, Senate Bill number 2846.
Item 26. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2846, Mississippi Business Finance Corporation, extend repeal date on authority to issue bonds to finance economic development projects.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Anyone object to procedure? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just a repealer extension for the Mississippi Business Finance Corporation, extending it out to 2026. As a description of the bill, if there are any questions, I move adoption by the morning roll call.
Questions? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, move to adoption by morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Item 20, bill passes. Item 27.
I'd like to pass item 27, have it retain its place on the calendar, go to item 28, Senate Bill number 2832, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2832, bonds revised use of IHL bond proceeds from Mississippi State University College of Architecture, Art, and Design.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator?
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a bill to repurpose some bonds to allow the acquisition of property and renovation of existing facilities for bonds that were passed in prior year. That is an explanation of the bill. If there are no questions, I move adoption on the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, move to adoption by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Item 29 to 34, Senator.
I'd like to skip items 29 through 34 and have them retain their place on the calendar.
Retain their place on the calendar. We'll go to Senator Kirby
Thank
on
you, Mr.
rules.
President.
Senator Kirby, you're recognized. Thank you, Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up items 35 through 52 in block, except I would like to set aside item number 38, which I'll bring up later.
Chairman.
And ask the title to be read.
Does anyone request to take one of the other items and put them aside? Anyone else? Any other item? Okay, with the exemption of item number 38. Okay, Senator Kirby has moved to items 1 through
35 through 52, Mr. President, set aside 38.
35 through 52, setting aside 38. The motion is to take it all up in block. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, Mr. Clerk, would you please read the title?
Senate Resolution number 6, mourn the loss and commend the life of Mrs. Mary Elizabeth Daniel. Senate Concurrent Resolution number 501, commend Philadelphia automobile dealer Bill Griffiths for his nomination for the 2022 Time Dealer of the Year Award. Senate Concurrent Resolution number 502, commend former Mississippi Representative Honorable Fred Banks on his receipt of 2021 Lifetime Achievement Award by Mississippi Bar. Senate Concurrent Resolution number 504, commend Columbia High School Wildcats football team for first state championship since 1982. Senate Concurrent Resolution number 505, recognize legacy of NFL Hall of Fame running back Walter Payton and dedication of Walter Payton Field in Columbia, Mississippi. Senate Concurrent Resolution number 506, commend Mississippi Humanities Council on the occasion of its 50th anniversary. Senate Concurrent Resolution number 507, extending the deepest sympathy on the passing of former Mississippi First Lady and community activist Elise Winter. Senate Concurrent Resolution number 508, paying tribute to public health career and contributions of respected state health officer and first Medicaid Director, Dr. Alton Cobb. Senate concurrent resolution number 509, commend State Parole Board Chairman Stephen Pickett on the occasion of his retirement. Senate concurrent resolution number 510, commend Mississippi Braves baseball team for winning the AA South Championship. Senate concurrent resolution number 514, congratulate MSU 2021 baseball team on national championship. House concurrent resolution number 8, Mississippi State University Bulldogs baseball team commend for winning the 2021 NCAA baseball national championship. Senate resolution number 16, congratulate Jackson State University Tigers football coach Coach Prime Sanders for a remarkable season. Senate resolution number 17, commend Jackson State University Tigers football team for winning 2021 SWAC championship. Senate concurrent resolution number 534, congratulate Jackson State University Tigers football team for a remarkable season. Senate resolution number 18, express sympathy and remember the legacy of Lucy Harris of Mentor City, Mississippi, the queen of basketball. Senate concurrent resolution number 526, express sympathy and remember the legacy of Lucy Harris of Mentor City, Mississippi, the queen of basketball.
Yes, sir. That'll be good.
Okay, sir.
Okay,
Ready for your
make the
vote?
usual motion, Mr. President.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, these are all commending resolutions and all meet the requirements of the rules. And if there are no questions, I ask for use of the morning roll call for final passage.
Use of morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd now like to go to item number 38, call up item number 38, SCR number 503, and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate concurrent resolution number 503, mourn the passing of former Senator Joseph Stockner of Sandy Hook, Mississippi, and commend his public and charitable service.
Make usual motion, Mr.
Senator makes the
President.
usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed,
Aye.
no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Ladies and gentlemen of the Senate, Senator Joe Stogner was not only a friend of mine, he was a friend to this state, and his and all of his family was just as great as he was. But anyway, Stogner not only was a great mentor to a lot of us, but he was a man with a wonderful family, but he also did things for the community and for other senators at all times. I've heard it said many times, if we've ever had a senator up here with common sense, it was Joe Stogner, and I do believe that. Joe always had a good story, and he also, you could always depend on him, and he always had a really funny joke at all times. Joe Stogner was my friend as well as others in this body. If no questions, Mr. President, I ask for use of morning roll call for final passage on Senate concurrent resolution number 503.
Questions? Seeing no questions, Senators move for use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? We should be, of course, voting no. Seeing none, the bill passes unanimously. Thank you, Senator Kirby.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Back on the calendar, number 53, motions to reconsider Senator DeBar. Passed. Senator Hobson. Senator Hobson, item number 54.
I'd ask that we go to that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2862, appropriation Child Protective Services Department of ARPA funds.
Usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Go, please proceed, Senator Hobson.
I move that we table the motion to reconsider.
Motion has been made to table the motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Go to item 55 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2865, appropriation Mental Health Department of ARPA funds.
Usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I move that we table 2865.
Motion is to
Table
table.
the motion to reconsider.
Table the motion to reconsider. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Okay, we're back on Chairman Barnett. you're recognized on item 56.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we move to item number 56 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Item 56, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2269, Community Service Revolving Fund, extend repeal on authority to collect fees for deposit into.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask if you would recognize Senator Daniel Sparks to explain the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. $2269 extends the repealer as it relates to the fees that are collected of people that are on probation and parole. These fees remain the same. Nothing within that program changes except we're extending the repealer from 2022 to 2026. I would yield to any questions, Mr. President.
Questions? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
I would move that we adopt the passage on the morning roll call.
Move for passage of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Which will be, of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passed. Item 57, Senator Barnett, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we have that item called up and please read the title.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2272, Department of Corrections, extend repealer on drug and alcohol program at Bolivar County Regional Facility.
Senator make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we recognize Senator Sparks again to
Senator
explain
Sparks,
the
you're
bill.
recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2272 addresses a Bolivar County Regional Facility contract for prison-based drug treatment. This is simply extending the repealer. It does not change any language other than moving this from 2022 to 2026. I'd yield to any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, ready for the motion, Senator.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Move for passage on use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Mr. Speaker, court voting no. Present? Seeing none. I'm sorry, Senator Barrett? Seeing none, no noes, no presents. Our bill passes. We're on to 58 on the calendar. Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up that item and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2276, State Parole Board, extend repealer on.
Senator make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we recognize Senator Sparks to read.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2276 is the parole board statute. This is simply a repealer to keep a functional parole board. No changes in language other than moving the repeal date from 22 to 26. Yield any questions.
Questions? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
We'll move for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator moves for passage on the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Speaker, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Item 59, Senator Barnett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up item number 59 on today's calendar. Please have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2277, Prison Overcrowding Emergency Powers Act, extend repealer on.
Senator make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we recognize Senator Sparks to explain the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2277 extends a repealer on the Emergency Powers Prison Overcrowding Act. This only comes into play if we're 95% or greater of operating capacity, which we are far from, and moving in the opposite direction, but we need to keep this on the books. No law has changed except the extension from 2022 to 2026. I would yield any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator moves for passage by use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present, Hill. Hill, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes with Hill voting present. As noted, number 60. Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we call up item number 60 on today's bill. Please have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2273, probation and parole authorizing offenders employee to submit regular information in lieu of meetings.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator, make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we adopt the committee substitute.
Okay, you're recognized to explain.
I'm sorry, Mr. President. I ask that we recognize Senator Barnett to explain the bill.
Explain the committee substitute.
I ask that we adopt the committee substitute.
You have to explain.
Oh, I'm sorry, to
Yes.
explain the committee sub.
Yes.
I'm sorry. What we did in this bill was, this was a bill that was asked for or not, that was asked for throughout the industry. And this involved the Mississippi Manufacturers Association as well as MEC. And after much discussion with them after the passage of Senate Bill 2695 on last year, there was a tremendous amount of individuals who was starting to be paroled, and as a result of that, the industry reached out to me to ask how could they help in employing these individuals. And so what we did, we agreed that if we would allow individuals to get out and go to work, which was what we've been wanting anyway, but we also made it hard on employers to employ these individuals because of the parole standards that they will have to meet. And some of those were that today, which may be Wednesday, they may have to go and see the parole officer at 8 o'clock in the morning, but they start work at 7 o'clock. The next time they go and see them, it may be at 11 o'clock, and they may have to be gone 3 or 4 hours at a time. So the industry asks that we find out a way to where they can employ these people and not waste their money on training them and getting them ready to work, and then for them to have to always leave at inconvenience time that was not good for the employer. So we agreed upon that anyone, this is a purely volunteer basis upon the employer, that they would employ these individuals. They will also send in their time sheets to the Department of Correctional or their probation officer, letting them know what hours that they was at work. They will also agree to make it payroll deductible like they always do for any fines and fees that they will have to pay to their probation officer, and they will also drug test them according to MDOC guidelines. And the employers feel like this will be a great tool for them because they will have these individuals who they have invested their time and money in training them to be at work at all times. And so we're just basically asking this body to help us, help the employers get these people back on the tax rolls and keep them there. And this is basically what this bill does. And I'm open to any questions, Mr. President.
Okay, questions on the amendment? On the amendment. This is a committee substitute. Seeing no questions, we're ready for your motion on the committee substitute first.
Move to adopt the committee sub.
Motion to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator. We're now on final passage.
Thank you, Mr. President. Actually, there's no more questions. That move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Question, move for final passage on the morning roll call. Any object to procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Item 61, Senator.
Mr. President, I pass on item 61 on today's calendar, and actually it retain its place on the calendar.
61, retain its place on the calendar. Chairman Michelle, you're recognized. We're on 62 on the calendar, 62.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 62, Senate Bill 2024, and ask that the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2024, Travel Insurance Act of 2022, create.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
I ask that Senator Black will be recognized.
Senator Blackwell, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. 2024 before us is a travel insurance bill. We passed this same exact bill last year. It died over in the House. Basically, the travel insurance does not fit into any easily standard interpretations of current insurance laws. And so what the purpose of this bill does is it gives consumers the protections they need, expect, and the value while protecting the travel industry. That's a brief explanation of the bill. This particular language has been adopted by the NAIC, Uniform Licensing Standards, as well as NCOLA, and is also endorsed by Commissioner Cheney. I'll yield for any questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator McDaniel, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator McDaniel, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Insurance for travel is presently allowed. I'm trying to figure out, does this bill just regulate it? Is that what's going on?
We already currently have regulations. This just adopts some model language that NCOIL and the NAIC folks have adopted, and it's also been adopted by, I think, about 15 states.
Okay. No fees or anything of that nature?
No fees, no additional taxes.
Right. And the regulations, as I understand it, I haven't read it, but it would not increase the cost of doing business, would it?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, other questions? Okay, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Request passage by the use of morning roll call.
Senator's request the use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? There should be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, item 63, Chairman Michelle.
I'd like to pass item 63 and ask that it retain its place on the calendar and go to item 64, Senate Bill 2335, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2335, State Fire Academy, remove limitation on the number of emergency medical responder students trained per year.
I'd like to make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you. I ask that Senator McClendon be recognized to explain the bill.
Senator McClendon, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What Senate Bill 2335 does, in 2020, we allowed the Fire Academy to be able to teach basic emergency medical response, emergency medical technician basic, and emergency medical technician advanced. At the last minute, there was some drawback by the junior colleges because they teach EMT basic and EMT advanced. So they limited to what the Fire Academy could teach, number of 120. The thing about it is EMR is not an accredited course, so they have struck a deal, and what we want to do is we want to let the Fire Academy be able to teach as many firemen that want to take EMR as we can without a limit to it. So if you look at the bill on line 59, that's a language there. It says ensure standardization of training. And then on lines 134, 135, and 136, it says, no limitation shall apply to the number of emergency medical responder students. They still will have a number of how many they can teach EMT basic and EMT advanced. That will be 120. It just takes the EMR number out of the equation. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. If not, I move by passage by the morning roll call.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're ready for your motion, one of you. One of you two senators are going to make a motion.
I make a motion, bill passes by the use of the morning roll call.
Most use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator, you're recognized. Senator Michelle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we skip item 65 and it retain its place on the calendar.
65 retains its place on the calendar. Chairman Kaufman, you're ready. Senator Kaufman is recognized. We're on item 66.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item number 66, Senate Bill 2018, have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2018, Mississippi Department of Banking and Consumer Finance conduct periodic joint bank examinations, extend repealer.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I move to adopt the committee sub in lieu of the original bill.
Motion to adopt a committee substitute. You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2018 allows for the Department of Banking and Consumer Finance to join or issue a joint report of examination with the Federal Reserve. The department's been doing this joint exams for many years. There's been no issues whatsoever. All we're doing in this bill is extending the repealer date. The committee sub, what it did was it originally said the repeal date would be 2024, and we amended it to change to 2026 to match the normal 4 years that we do. That's an explanation of the bill. If there's no questions, I ask passage by the morning roll call.
Okay, let's see. Questions? Anyone? Seeing no questions, the chairman has requested use of the morning roll call. We need first to adopt the committee substitute.
Adopt the committee sub.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Now we're on the bill.
I move we use morning roll call for adoption.
Senator moves the use of the morning roll call in objective procedure. Which should be, of course, voting no. Present. Seeing none, bill passes. Item 67, Senator.
I ask that we skip item number 67 and 68 and call up item number 69, Senate Bill number 2640, and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2640, State Chartered Banks Revised Merger Law to conform to the Mississippi Business Corporation Act.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
I ask that we recognize Senator Sparks to explain the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2640 does a few things. It addresses our banking statutes and regulations that a lot of them have not been updated since the 1970s. This is first and probably a series of things that will be done. But we're talking about banks that are chartered in the state of Mississippi, that if they are entered into a business combination of some sort, that ending result is an FDIC insured entity. As you see on line 18 and 19, the additional language is that if there is some merger that is called by another name, that same end result still has to be met, that it's an FDIC insured entity. That's the primary portion of Section 1. The bottom of Section 1 on lines 84 through 87 talk about any decision that someone wanted to object to or appeal, that they have that right, and also tells them the jurisdiction of that. In Section 2, we're dealing a lot with the bank's opening hours and days they can be closed. It is very restrictive. We ran into some problems during COVID that there was not some allowability of adjustment, so we have put that into Section 2 that would allow the bank or bank branches, we added that language, that they could close for a period of time. They can only be closed for 1 day. Sometimes they can't open their lobby due to employees having COVID. So under an emergency circumstance, as determined by the commissioner, they would be allowed to address that and also to observe holidays on a preceding Friday or a following Monday like we do in many state situations. And one of the things that I would make sure to point out, so much of our banking through online and ATMs, those things would still obviously be open during that closed time so that people could transact business. I would yield any questions at this time, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for the motion, Senator.
I would move that passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator moves for passage on the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Which should be, of course, voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Item 71. I'm sorry, item 70, Chairman Michelle. 70 through 74 passed. Senator Wiggins. Senator Wiggins is recognized. We're on 75.
Thank you, Mr. President. Go to item 75, call it up, ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2460, Mississippi Domestic Law Task Force, reconstitute.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Simple bill. This is simply reconstituting the domestic law task force that we passed last year. That task force met, came forth with recommendations during the meetings. It was requested by the members that it be reconstituted because there was work that they wanted to continue. And this was the way to do that. There were items that the task force wants to address, in particular things dealing with what's called Rule 81, also looking at alienation of affection and a number of other things. And so that's the bill. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, ready for your motion, Senator.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Passage on the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Which should be, of course, voting no. Present. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Item 76.
Ask that we pass that and retain its place on the calendar.
Retain it, placed on the calendar. Retains its place on the calendar. Chairman Bryan. Pass 77 to 80. Chairman Fillingham.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask that we skip items 81, 82, and 83 and ask that they retain their place on the calendar and go to item number 84.
81, 82, and 83 retain place on the calendar. Item 84, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2587, CDLs, treat certain moving violations as regular license holders.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you would recognize Senator Sparks to handle this bill, I'd appreciate
Senator
it.
Sparks, please explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is Senate Bill 2587. This addresses moving violations of a private automobile, a non-commercial vehicle, who is being operated at the time by someone who possesses a commercial driver's license. They're going into our court systems. These are all misdemeanors, and our municipal and justice court judges are being told that they cannot perform, I guess, their adjudicative activities and results due to them having a commercial driver's license. What this bill says is that in Section 2A, you see that if the commercial driver's license holder is operating a vehicle that does not require a commercial driver's license, they should be treated as if someone who has a regular operator license. Subsection B, on the uniform traffic citation in the state of Mississippi, there's a box to check if you have violated the if you've violated the commercial driver's license law. If this box is not marked or designated, then you're not pursuing under the commercial driver's license law. And once again, that ticketed person shall be treated as if they were a person who holds a regular driver's license. Subsection C addresses driving under the influence. This bill does not touch anything in Chapter 11. This is not a DUI bill. It has no impact on DUI because that is the entirety of Chapter 11. This is only moving violations such as speeding, stop sign, red light, blinker, etc. I would yield to any questions if there are any, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Senator Butler, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
You yield for a question, Senator Sparks?
I yield.
Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Park. So this bill is someone has a CDL license and they're in the family car and they driving and get stopped for speeding or whatever. They will be treated just like, in other words, it would not affect their CDL license. Is that correct?
They would be allowed whatever legal remedies are allowable to you and I that do not hold commercial driver's license as it relates to adjudication. There is law, and we adopted the Motor Carrier Act from the federal government that says they cannot go to driving school. We're not saying that you can violate by doing something that's different. A commercial driver would still not be able to go to driving school because that would conflict another section of the law, but a dismiss for cost, a reduction of the charge, an amendment of the charge would all be allowable because they do that, or a straight dismissal. Unfortunately, our judges are being told that if they exercise their judicial discretion, or a prosecutor exercises their prosecutorial discretion, that NHTSA is going to run down here to Mississippi and say we're masking tickets. That's not the case because they're not in a commercial vehicle. And I think legally, and I've made this argument in court, sometimes successful, sometimes not, if you fail to check the box that you're operating under the commercial driver's license law, I should not be subject to its restrictions. So the spirit and intent is to do exactly what you said.
Okay, so what is the legal limit for driving under influence for commercial driving?
This does not apply to driving under influence charges at all. That is subsection 11. This is only 3, 5, and 7. So this does not address or change any law as it relates to driving under influence charges.
The only thing it does just give the commercial drivers the same right as a regular driver if he's in a regular car.
In a standard motor vehicle violation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Parker. For what purpose you seek recognition?
Hopefully a friendly question.
Friendly question. Are you here for a question, Senator Parker?
I yield.
You're recognized, Senator Parker.
Thank you, Senator, for taking my question here. As you and I know, I work pretty extensively on the DUI laws. I want to make sure that we are not doing anything to that. I think I understand you saying that this is not going to impact any way, shape, or form the DUI law, including the fourth offense that we have added to our statute. Is that correct?
That is correct. All of the DUI laws affecting are in what's called Chapter 11 of Title 63, and subsection C of this bill on lines, I believe it's 32 and 33, specifically states that this subsection shall not apply to any violation under Chapter 11, which is our DUI laws.
And so I don't think it would be amendable, but if this bill were to come back from the House with a provision in it that remove the fourth offense DUI, would that be something that I could count on you to try to take out or work with me on? Because I've, in doing this for a number of years, it seems every year there tends to be some type of discussion or procedure that pops up, sometimes in conference, regarding the fourth offense DUI. And so, and I know it's not in here, but the House is free to add their amendments. So would you let me know that if you see that, and could we discuss that if that were to happen?
Certainly, and I will go further to say that I spoke with the trucking associations. I spoke with Commissioner Tyndall in his office. I've spoken with the chairman of highways. I've spoken with I think everybody that would be impacted by this, including Senator Wicker's office, to put them on notice that we're passing this. And to each of them, I strictly told them it would not affect the driving under influence laws because their support would change. So I will.
Right, and you did mention something also that's very important, because it seems every time we've made a change in the DUI law in any way, shape, or form, there has been that question and that next year of legislation that we've had to pass to ensure that we did continue to get that federal funding. But I think I understood you to say that I think it's called the NIFSA, I don't remember exactly what it is, but that federal funding where they, if they don't agree with our language, our funding is jeopardized. But I'm hearing from you that that is in no way, shape, or form in jeopardy with the language that you have in this bill.
Well, there's two questions you asked. The first is DUI. This bill does not deal with driving under the influence. The second question is it relates to NHTSA. NHTSA can do as they see fit. They're a federal agency. We're a state legislature. We have the right to say that our commercial drivers who we're short of already and who are struggling because they get a ticket in their pickup or their Prius, that somebody in Washington is going to tell a justice court judge or a municipal court judge in the state of Mississippi that you're masking a ticket and you need to let that person not earn for their family. If NHTSA wants to send a letter, I would refer to the Attorney General and ask them to defend the laws of the state of Mississippi.
And I've received those letters before as the author of that bill, and I'm aware of exactly what that amount of funding is. And we're not talking about $200 or $300 here. We're talking about a significant amount of federal dollars that comes into this program. So I just want to be clear that we are not intentionally or unintentionally jeopardizing that. And I do share your concern for the commercial driver pool, and I think we're all working to try to improve that. But I would just prefer, if we could, not to be back here working on that issue next year.
I appreciate your concern, and like I said, very much took into consideration the driving under the influence portion to specifically name it as an exclusion.
Thank you. And with those questions answered, I'm glad to support your bill.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Wiggins, for what purpose you seek recognition? Senator Wiggins passed. Senator, okay, we're ready for your motion.
Move for passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Passage on the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to record as voting no? Seeing none, bill passes. I would remind, if any senator would like to be a co-author of any of these resolutions that we passed today, Senator Kirby passed today, please circle item on the calendar and deliver it to the secretary. And we will now recognize Senator Pope.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 2 p.m. this afternoon.
Senators moved to stand in recess until 2 p.m. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. We stand in recess. Senator DeBar, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd asked for motion to suspend the rules to go back to the motion to reconsider calendar, take up item 53, and have the title read.
Motion to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator DeBar, you're ready.
Mr. President, I have a motion to reconsider the vote by which Senate Bill 2444 came before this committee, the teacher salaries pay raise bill, to allow certain folks who did not vote on the bill that day, allow them an opportunity to be on the record as voting.
Questions on the motion? Questions? Seeing none, the chairman has moved to reconsider the vote by which the bill passed. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Mr. President, this is the teacher pay raise bill. I think everybody knows what the bill does and what it says. I think by the support that I suspect we'll get on this, we'll send a message that we're unified on this issue, that is a number one priority of the Senate. And if there are no questions, I ask for passage by use of the morning roll call.
Senator has moved for passage by utilization of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Senator Jordan, your light is on, sir. Anyone requesting?
Okay.
As voting no. Present. Seeing none, use of the morning roll call, bill has been reconsidered and passed. Okay, we're back on the calendar. Thank you, Senator DeBar. We are back on the calendar, and I think Senator Wiggins was the last one. Chairman Bryan passes 77 to 80. We did. I'm sorry, we did 84 as well. So we'll start with Chairman Barnett. 80, it'll be 85.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask that we call up item number, skip 85 and actually retain its place on the calendar.
Yes.
Okay. We'll take up item number 86. Please call the item up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2817, Department of Corrections authorizes provision of hospice care services to inmates with a terminal illness.
Senator, make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that you recognize Senator Sparks to explain the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2817 authorizes the Department of Correction to provide hospice care service to inmates that are in the Department of Correction. The department may have hospice care services provided by properly qualified employees of the department, or may contract out for providing hospice care services. These hospice care services are provided inside the confines of the correctional institution. This is not removal from the institution for hospice care. It also allows in Section 2 that the hospice program, this is something that the Commissioner, I believe, had utilized in prior locations, as you see in subsection 5, on line 45 in Section 2, the Department of Corrections may provide hospice care service to inmates without a license issued on this chapter, a CON, but it's also allowing inmates to provide this. Chairman Kane had great success with people who were longtime inmates at the facility caring for other inmates. This is not a cost issue with that program. And they've had quite compassionate care as people enter the final days of their life, even though they are incarcerated. That's an explanation of the bill, Mr. President, and I would yield any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Butler, for what purpose you seek recognition?
I just got one question, Mr. President.
Pressure, you yield, Senator Sparks.
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're recognized, Senator Butler.
Thank you. Is it done now?
Well, how it's done now is that someone who is incarcerated would not leave for hospice care, so they would be given, to a great degree, whatever medical care that is available in the facility, which may not rise to that level. So what we're trying to do is bring a bit of comfort to the end of life for people, even though they are incarcerated, and also utilizing potentially inmates who have a personal relationship with people. It's really more of a comfort at the end of your life program.
Yeah, I mean, I understand exactly what hospice is. I just was concerned about what was happening like right now. And why I mean, I understand why you would do what you want to do, but I still just want to know how they was handling it right now.
Well, and to a great degree, and I can get more information on that if you'd like.
If you would.
To, but,
Thank you so much, Senator.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
I have a question.
For you, for a question, Senator Sparks. Senator Hill's recognized.
Thank you. Is this the same bill that was brought forth last year about the 5 nursing homes or proposed nursing homes? This is something different?
Yes, ma'am. And I'm proud you asked that question because it is very much different. That was talking about removing people from corrections into facilities. As I understand this bill, it is simply to allow them to provide training to inmates to provide that hospice care inside the facility.
Oh, that's a good idea. Okay, thank you.
Okay, other questions on the bill? Okay, Senator, we're ready.
Move the passage on the morning roll call.
Senator moves for passage on the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Chairman Parker. Chairman Parker passes 87 to 89, and they retain their place upon the calendar. Chairman Blackwell passes 91 to 92, retain their place on the calendar. Chairman Tate passes 93 to 96. Chairman Whaley, we're on 97, Chairman.
I'd like to skip number 97 and go to number 98, call it up and have the title read.
97 retains its place upon the calendar. 98, Mr. Clerk, please read the calendar.
Senate Bill number 2498, water skiing, revised safety requirements.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to recognize Senator Chisholm to explain the bill.
Senator Chisholm, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a very simple bill. It's to allow water skiing without an observer in the boat if the boat is equipped with certain mirrors, to require skiers to wear a personal flotation device and for rated purposes. The mirrors need to be they need to be 78 inches square in size and have a field of vision at least 170 degrees. And they need to be 2.5 inches high and 4 inches wide. And that's all this bill does. As of right now, you have to have a spotter in the boat, and if we can pass this bill, then you don't need a spotter in the boat. Any questions?
Questions on the bill? Senator Hobson, you're recognized for what purpose?
A question, Mr.
Will
President.
you yield, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Hobson is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Senator Chisholm. Would you be required to have a mirror on a boat if it's an older boat that you've already got and it doesn't have mirrors on it?
Yes, sir. One on the left and one on the right.
You have to go out and purchase mirrors for the boats?
If you don't have mirrors, you would have to purchase mirrors for the boat. If I'm understanding your question
Yeah,
correctly.
that's it.
If you want to take your spotter out.
If you want to take what?
If you do not want a spotter in the boat.
Okay.
You would have to have one or the other, mirrors or the spotter.
Skiing.
Spotter.
So if you're by yourself, what you're saying, if you're by yourself with a skier behind you, you've got to go purchase mirrors.
If you're going to pull a skier with no one in the boat to spot for you, then you would have to have the mirrors.
Okay.
On the boat, one on the left and one on the right.
What are the requirements for the mirrors?
They have to be 2.5 inches by, I think it's 5 inches, 2.5 inches high and 4 inches tall. And you have to have 170 degrees of view. You have to view 170 degrees on each side.
And they have to be fastened to the boat?
Yes, sir. And not to the steering section.
Who fastens? Who puts those on? Do you take those to a dealership to put those on? Or
Well, if you're talented enough, you can fasten them on yourself.
If
If it were me, I would save the money and just buy some screws.
If you're not talented like I am, and you're trying to put screws into a boat and you crack your frame, what would you have to do then?
You would have to take your boat for repair.
How much would that cost?
I'm not a boat repair person, so I don't know. But I will get you, I will get you an estimate if you want one.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm.
Senator McMahon, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question.
Are you here for a question, Senator? Senator Chisholm?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please proceed. Senator McMahon is recognized.
Senator Chisholm, I'm trying to understand, were you asked to bring this bill forward, or is this something that you thought about doing?
I didn't volunteer.
No, I'm being sincere. I'm being sincere with you. Here's my question. Here's why I'm asking the question. Did law enforcement bring this to you? Is this something that you observed yourself and like, hey, I think this is a good idea?
I've never observed this. It's been many, many moons since I skied, and back in the year when I did ski, we always had spotters in the boat simply because everybody wanted to ride in the boat. But no, this is not my idea.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem with this bill. A lot of Mississippi families have purchased boats that are night equipped. I don't know if you know about the surfing and the things they do behind the boat, but they're well lit. They have a roll bar above the boat with all these LED lights. And so a lot of people that work during the day, they competition practice at night, surfing and things of that nature, and skiing at night. And the boats are equipped for it with LED lights. I mean, there's a lot of ski boats out there now that have that capability. I want to work with you on this, but would you consider a friendly amendment? Maybe we put in there something about waterways are exempt because like on the river or the waterway, something like that. I'm fine with it on lakes, but I'm being sincere with you. There are a lot of people that have invested a great deal of money in their boats to be able to be equipped to ski or surf at night.
I would think it would be illegal to ski at night.
It's not.
But, well, and if you want to make an amendment, you're welcome to. I don't welcome an amendment, but if you want to make one, we'll see.
Well, I think this is going to have some unintended consequences because of folks that have invested the money in this equipment so that they can be with their families or competition practice at night. It's a fact. I love to catfish. I go up to the river, Tennessee River at Pickwick and catfish, and I see people out there at night surfing and doing things like that, and their boats are well lit. So,
Well, you know, if they're going to be out there with their family at night, I would think there would be family in the boat, so they should be good to go anyway because they'd have a spotter in the boat. But if they want to be out there without a spotter in the boat, they would need the mirrors. And you know, at nighttime, or unless they have a spotlight shining on their skier, I don't know that that would be safe anyway at night.
but this bill says that they can only do it an hour before or an hour after dark. It doesn't allow for it at night.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. You're right. That's what I said. I think it would be illegal at night.
Could we, I'll just make an amendment, see if we could take those hours out of it.
I'd rather not.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Senator
Thank you.
McMahon. If you'll present your amendment, please, sir. Senator Moran, you're recognized for what purpose?
Friendly question.
Were you here for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Senator Moran.
Senator, I appreciate this with the mirrors. I've owned several boats, pool skiers. I've been skiing. A lot of times you'll have folks spotting, but when you don't, it does help to have skiers. But I do have a question. I wonder if perhaps the chairman does much skiing.
That's going to be a question for the chairman. I don't know.
And I wonder if he does, if it's with cowboy boots.
Probably. Why not?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions? Senator Blunt, you're recognized for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Chisholm, it just feels like this ain't your baby, you're just rocking it, is that right?
I'm rocking it, and I'm trying to do a really good job of rocking that baby, too.
So who is the lead author of the bill? Who is the bill sponsor?
Well, the author of the bill is Melanie Sojourner,
Okay.
Senator Sojourner.
Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Other questions of the senator? Other
If there are
questions?
no other questions, I move to passage by
We'll
morning
have,
roll call.
Senator Chisholm will have an amendment. One moment, please.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
May I speak to the amendment, Mr. President?
One moment. Do we have it on the screen, please? Yes, we do. All right, Senator, you're recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you. I'm sorry to trouble this body with this. I really am. I personally don't surf behind these boats or water ski at night, but I do see families out there practicing and doing this at night. And what the amendment does is it strikes lines 10 and 11 and removes an hour before sunset or an hour after dark. I'd ask you to vote for the amendment. I do want to support the safety measures in it, but I don't want to restrict anyone's ability to surf at night and to do these boogie boards and things that they do. So I'd ask you to support the amendment to strike line 9 and 10. That's my amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, the senator has moved to adopt the amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The amendment has failed. Back on the bill, Senator Chisholm. Thank you, Senator. Senator Chisholm, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for passage by use of morning roll call.
Senator has asked for passage by use of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Anyone no? Senator McMahon? Other noes? No. Senator Hobson? Other noes? Other noes? Present? Any present? Jackson? Senator Jackson? Present. Senator Turner? Present. Turner Ford? Present. Senator Barnett? Present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Ayes have it. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator Chisholm.
Thank you.
Back on the calendar. Senator Whaley, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 99, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2505, hunting and fishing licenses, allow inclusion of organ donor registration.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. Interject. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Basically, what this bill would do, it would allow the Department of Wildlife, Fisheries, and Parks to include donor registration on your hunting and fishing license. And that's a basic definition of the bill. Now, I'll take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Move passage of the morning roll call.
Senator moves for passage on use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator, you're recognized on number 100.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item number 100, call it up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2495, Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund, create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I'd like to adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
Committee substitute. Do we have it up?
Can I explain?
Okay. You're recognized to explain the committee substitute, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2495 would establish the Mississippi Outdoor Stewardship Trust Fund, which will comprise of funds appropriated by the legislature. The funds may be appropriated by the legislature for grants to counties, municipalities, and state agencies for improvements to state parks, providing funds to counties and municipalities to acquire and improve parks and trails, restoration or enhancement projects to create or improve access to public waters and lands for public outdoor recreation, also acquisition of critical areas for protecting clean water, wildlife hunting, or fishing opportunities. Within the bill, it would establish a board of trustees, 3 appointments by the governor, 2 by the lieutenant governor, and it would also have some non-officio voting members. the county, municipality, or state agency would submit an application to the board. The board would review that application, determine if it was a viable project, and if they decide to provide assistance, they would provide a recommendation to the legislature, which would appropriate the funds from the special fund. The board will also provide annual reports to the lieutenant governor, governor, speaker, Senate Appropriations, Finance, and Wildlife Chairman, House Appropriations, Ways and Means, and Wildlife Chairman as well. And that's a definition of the committee substitute.
Okay, questions on the substitute. Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one question.
Yes, sir.
Is there a maximum amount that a person may receive, or they receive what they're requesting?
Well, I think that would all be determined by the appropriation that's set forth in the fund. This is a creation of the fund. This does not fund it. That would be a later appropriation, so that would come later.
So it's not in that bill?
No, sir. There are no monies in this bill.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to know what the maximum would be and what the minimum would probably be towards the project, completing of the project.
Yes, sir. We'll get with you later on that when we find the appropriation amount.
Thanks, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition, ma'am?
Question.
Yes, ma'am.
Please proceed, Senator Hill.
Isn't there some kind of federal match for a program like this?
Yes, ma'am. There are many opportunities for federal matches, and it gives a list, and I can try to find that for you now, or I can get with you later, but it gives a priority list to different ways to be able to bring down federal matching funds, some instances as much as 4 to 1.
Okay, thank you. That's what I thought the primary goal was, to where we could draw down more federal funds on it.
It's a big part of it, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Wiggins, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
Will you yield, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Wiggins is recognized.
Is there a House bill on this?
I believe there are
companion
two.
bill?
I believe there are 2. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so is this taking land already there and putting it into this fund, or is this, are we just creating a fund, authorizing a fund to be created to allow this grant program to happen?
We are authorizing a special fund, is what we are doing, and within that fund, its primary objectives would be what I explained earlier.
And in a nutshell, that is what?
Well, we would have opportunities to draw down federal funds based on the application process, and you would have several things that could happen: improvement to state parks, wildlife management areas, county or local city parks, trails, lakes, trails around lakes and city parks, things of that nature. Wildlife management areas is another area of this. There is a portion in there where it could restoration or enhancement of access to public waters and lands for public outdoor and recreation. So there's a lot of different things going into this bill. Yes, sir.
What's the House companion bill doing?
The House companion bill does much of the same. Our bill limits to the funds being appropriated to counties, municipalities, and state agencies. The House bill, to my understanding, would also include private lands and non-government entities.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes,
Thank
sir.
you, Senator Wiggins. Any other questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready.
Move for adoption of the committee substitute.
Motion is to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, Senator. We're ready for the final.
Ask for passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Passed by use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator. Senator
you.
Wiggins.
Request unanimous consent to be added as a co-author.
Unanimous consent, seeing no objection is granted. Anyone else? Anyone else? You want to help, Secretary Clark? McClendon, Jackson, Delano. Jackson, McClendon, Delano, Suber, Tate, England, Barnett, Butler, Barrett, Moran, Branning, Kaufman, Younger, Butler. Anyone else? Anyone, I'm sorry, Jordan. Anyone else? Okay, so would you read those names back for us, Mr. Clerk? Make sure we got everybody.
Co-authors, Wiggins, Jordan, McClendon, Suber, Jackson, Delano, Kaufman, Younger, Branning, Moran, Barrett, Barnett, Butler, England, Tate, and Butler the 38th.
Sparks?
And Sparks.
And Sparks, please, sir. Anyone, Carter, Senator Carter. Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, we're good. Bill passed. Mission granted, co-author. We go to Senator Branning. Senator Branning, 101 to 108 passes. Chairman Moran, Senator Moran, passes 19 to 113. Chairman DeBar. Chairman DeBar passes 114 to 118. Chairman Branning passed 119. Did I miss one? Chairman Carter passed. No, I'm sorry, I missed it. Chairman Carter is up, number 116.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 116 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2474, municipally owned electric utilities shall have same powers as electric power cooperatives.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. So a few of my colleagues have approached me about an issue with broadband in their districts. They have municipalities that own and run their utilities there and no internet service provider. I want to continue to work on this bill. I have an amendment on the desk right now to add a reverse repealer. And I'd like to work with my colleagues and keep this thing moving. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
We'll go to the amendment, I think, first, Senator.
Okay.
You have it on the, it's on the screen. So questions on the amendment. Senator Hill. Senator Hill passes. Any questions on the amendment? Okay, ready on your motion on the amendment, Senator?
Move adoption of the amendment.
Senators move adoption. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the bill, Senator.
If there are no further questions, I think Senator Hill had a question.
No, she's good. She's good.
If there are no questions, that passage on the morning roll call.
Senator, seeing no questions, Senator has requested utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. Bill passes as amended. Thank you, Chairman Carter. We're back down to Chairman Parks. Parks passes 117, 118. Chairman Branning passed on 119. Chairman McCon. Chairman McCon. Yes, sir, 120 on the calendar. Chairman Chisholm, did you, well, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to co-author 2474, the bill that just went through.
2474.
Thank you.
Seeing no objection is granted. Anyone else? Anyone else? Co-author on 20, Senator Thomas.
With unanimous consent, I would like to be a co-sponsor of that bill.
Co-sponsor. 2474. Okay, 2474. Anyone else? Whaley, Senator Whaley, co-sponsor. Anyone else? Senator Suber. Whaley and Suber, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objection, it's granted. Senator McCon, you're now recognized. We're on 120.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would call up Senate Bill 2068 and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2068, State Forestry Commission Law Enforcement Officers, to consider repeal or on authority to appoint.
I would make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator McCon.
All right. Mr. President, this bill is 2068, and it merely extends the repealer on some arson investigators for the Forestry Commission. This comes up every 4 years, and that's all we're changing in the bill. I'd entertain any questions, Mr. President.
Questions on the bill? Questions?
Seeing none, I would move for final passage on the use of the morning roll call.
Senator has moved for final passage on use of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Bill passes. Thank you, Senator McCon. We go to Senator Younger. Senator Younger, 121 to 124. Chairman Fillingane. 121 to 124. Retain their place on the calendar. Chairman Fillingane, you're recognized. We're on 125.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move that we skip items 125, 126, and ask that they retain their place on the calendar. And I'm looking for Senator England. There he is. Okay. So I would like to go to item number 127 and call it up and have the title read, Mr. President.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
37, fireworks, reduce offense for violation of law from felony to misdemeanor.
I make the usual motion.
Mr. Chairman makes the usual motion. Anyone object? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you would recognize Senator England, the Vice Chairman, to handle this bill, please, sir.
Senator England, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kind of go with the theme for the day. This is a very simple bill that will remove felony from sale or storage of fireworks and makes it a misdemeanor. This is an old law that had it as a felony, and so we're moving that to a misdemeanor now. That's all the bill does. And if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them for you guys, and if not, I'll move for final passage of the bill by use of the morning roll call.
If you would refer to them as senators, that would be helpful. All right. Questions? Senator Jordan, you're recognized for a question.
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Why are you moving it from a felony to less?
Well, there's really no need for this, in my opinion. Thank you for the question, Senator Jordan. There's really just no need for this to be a felony any longer. When you consider that you can go buy like tannerite and people are blowing up beaver dams and whatnot with those, and we have fireworks, and I'm not a big fireworks shooter, but and I certainly don't sell them or store them, but felonies come so many different things now, and it's really just more of a misdemeanor type offense to violate that. Anyways, again, this is just a very old law. It used to be a felony, but I'm sure they used to sell some pretty heavy duty stuff too, and it's just not need for it to be a felony any longer, in my opinion.
The reason I asked that, some municipalities have barred them from using them, period. Because actually gunfire, unless it's rapid gunfire, and sometimes fireworks are rapid, they can't distinguish between the two. And so it look like the penalty is going from a felony to a misdemeanor is in the reverse method.
Well, and look, I agree that fireworks are getting very loud nowadays. My neighborhood sounds like it's a war zone. 4th of July when we're celebrating independence and celebrating the new year. But when you consider what a felony entails, it could be a fine of X amount of dollars, or it can be imprisonment of more than 1 year for the sale of fireworks or for the storage, improper storage of fireworks. It just seems a bit punitive in nature, a bit more than what we currently do in this state.
Can you let the state remain the way it is now? And once you determine whether it's firework, then you could deal with it then as a misdemeanor. Because you have rapid gunfire in communities now that sound just like fireworks, or fireworks sound just like those. at this time in our society, rapid gunfire killing people, and I know fireworks will not, but once you find out it's fireworks, then you could change it to a misdemeanor at that time. The police departments could do that.
Yeah, well, Senator Jordan, I don't think if you're shooting rapid gunfire, I think you're going to be charged under different.
I understand, but can you distinguish between the two?
Can I distinguish between the two?
Yeah.
I think it's more of a, maybe a boom boom rather than a pow pow. I don't know if that's what you're looking for. I hope that answered your question, Senator Jordan. I thank you for that.
All right, Senator. Senator Moran, you're recognized for a question.
Well, Senator, do you consider this bill to be bomb-proof?
I would, but I've seen some YouTube videos that, I'm not sure there's much that's bomb-proof anymore. But it's a good bill. Thank you for asking your question.
Thank you, Senator Moran. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Yes, motion is for adoption or for final passage by use of the morning roll call.
Requested utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Request to be voted as no. Senator Barnett?
To the vote, Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to vote present.
Present, Senator Barnett. Simmons, Derek.
Thank you, Mr. President. At appropriate time, I'd like to be added as co-author.
Appropriate time. One moment, we'll get to the co-authors. Anyone else? Present. Tate. Hill? No. Hill is no. Anyone else, no or present? Senator Jordan? Present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. All right, bill passes. Senator Simmons has requested to be a co-author. Anyone else? Thomas? Jackson? Anyone else? Seeing none, permission is granted. Co-authors. 127 is passed. We'll go to 128. Senator Fillingham, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to go to item 128, Senate Bill number 2073, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2073, fleeing or eluding a law enforcement officer, revised offense of.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
I move that we adopt the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill and ask that you allow the Vice Chairman to explain it.
Senator England, you're recognized to explain the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure if we'll get any sound effects on this one, but this is a bill that I've worked on for a few years. And I do want to thank specifically Senator Sparks and Senator Suber for helping me with this bill. This bill allows for an enhancement penalty when anyone is fleeing or eluding a police officer when a minor is present. And again, when I presented this before, I know I've mentioned this in this body before, but for the purpose of this bill, a minor is anyone 15 years or younger. The purpose of this is not to get two 16-year-olds in trouble that are, to have the enhancement. This is for an adult that is fleeing or eluding a police officer to have an enhanced penalty when they do have a minor present. This came to me by my district attorney. She was very concerned and mentioned that it's difficult a lot of times to have to enhance a punishment when a child is present in the car when someone's fleeing from a police officer. She said you often have to find another code to charge them under, and requested that we just add the enhancement directly to the code. So I've done that here. And in the committee, there was some question. The reason we have a committee substitute, there was question as to whether or not the language was adding an enhancement or adding a new charge. So we went through that, and Senator Wiggins, I didn't mention earlier, also helped me with this language. I appreciate his help with that. And if you violate Section 1 of the bill, which is not as heavy of a fleeing action, you're still going to be charged with a misdemeanor, but the enhancement will add a punishment of up to 1 year in prison as opposed to 6 months. If you look under Section 2, which has language which indicates the person is driving with reckless or willful disregard for the safety of persons or property. So it's a more strenuous way of fleeing and more dangerous in that way. We add an enhancement that the fine and the punishment are both can be doubled from what is in Section 2. So in Section 2, you can be charged with or sentenced with up to 5 years imprisonment or up to $5,000 fine. If you have a minor in the vehicle now under this code, that would be enhanced to be a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment. That's what the bill does. There was also questions when this came up before a year or two ago about drivers that may just simply be finding a better place to pull over. They didn't want to be charged with an enhanced penalty if they had their child in the vehicle. So I did add language that said that if that it's a defense that the driver is proceeding in a safe manner to a reasonably near section of roadway that's more suitable for stopping or near side of the road or somewhere that's more designated for a public parking area to make it a safer thing. So that is a defense available under the code now. And that is what the committee substitute does. So if there are no questions, I would move that we adopt the committee sub.
Questions on the substitute? Senator Norwood, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
You're here for a question, sir?
I do, yes.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Senator.
Yes.
Senator, did you say it's 5 years for the 5 years for fleeing and an additional 5 years for the enhancement?
That's correct, yeah. So the 5 years is currently in the code. All this does is adds the enhancement when there is a minor present. And when I say present, I don't mean just in the vehicle. It's just present at the time. So if you're driving, if you've got a minor ride in the back of the truck, it would still apply as well. But yeah, it's an enhancement to the 5 years for up to 10 years if you have a minor with you.
Okay, let me ask you, in the event that there is not a minor in the vehicle that is fleeing, but an accident occur and a minor is in the vehicle that was hit, if you will, by the person that was fleeing, would that apply as well?
Well, I believe in that instance, which would obviously be very unfortunate, I think that they would be eligible for the current code language under Section 2 here, and also other penalties that would apply that would actually involve injuring other individuals in another vehicle.
Okay. I guess I'm trying to think this through now. Mm-hmm. The person that is fleeing, they would not, in this case you're saying they may not be charged, there may not be enhanced charges if they hit a vehicle in the pursuit, and just say there was no real injuries, but they did hit the vehicle with a minor in that vehicle that was hit, that would not qualify for enhancement charges under this legislation?
Not in this bill. This bill only addresses the person that's driving the vehicle. So the minor would have to be in the vehicle or in the back of the vehicle of the person driving that car. I believe there's already code sections that deal with that, but if there's not, Senator Norwood, I'd be glad to work with you, and we'll address that in some legislation as well.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator England.
Thank you.
Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion on the committee substitute.
That's right. Motion is to adopt the committee substitute.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator, we're on the bill.
I move for final passage of the committee substitute that we just adopted by use of the morning roll call.
Does anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Simmons, no. Anyone else? Blackman, no. Anyone else? Turner Forward, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Butler, no. Anyone else? Jackson, no. Anyone else? Senator Frazier, did you raise your hand, sir? Senator Frazier, no. Butler, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present, any present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on 129. Senator McClendon, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. President. By unanimous consent, I would like to be added as co-author on 128, Senate Bill 2073.
128. Anyone else?
As well as number 62, Senate Bill 2024. And number 64, Senate Bill 2335.
Okay, seeing no objections, granted. Anyone else? Okay, Senator, we're back on calendar 129. Senator Fillingane.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to skip item 129 and have it retain its place on the calendar and go to item 130, Senate Bill 2235, called up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2235, terroristic threats, revised elements of.
Made the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be recognized to explain the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
We're on the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. So section 97775 in this bill would be amended to remove a requirement that a terroristic threat must involve a demand for something on the part of the terrorist. So the way the current law reads, if you're looking at the actual bill on lines 16 and again on line 20, the current wording says intimidate or coerce a civilian population or segment of a civilian population to cede to the person's demands. So what this bill would do would be to delete the phrase to cede to the person's demand. The purpose for this is our prosecutor friends have said when someone calls a high school or a college or a place of business anywhere and makes a bomb threat, for instance, and then they get discovered, through use technology usually, you can find out who ultimately made that bomb threat. Typically they don't demand something at the end of that. They just say, I'm going to blow your building up. They don't say, if you don't give me $10,000. So when they discover this person and all the confusion and problems that causes and shutting schools down and clearing buildings and coming back and all that, and then they finally find the perpetrator, unless they have made a demand for something of value, the prosecutors really can't do anything to them under this particular statute. So what the prosecutors have asked for simply is this bill to delete the little portion of that sentence that says a demand must be made. So if you can be proven that you called the bomb threat in and caused all this ruckus and they find you, if this bill passes, then they won't have to show that there was a demand being made. That's what this bill does, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Norwood, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Will you yield, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Senator Norwood, please proceed.
Thanks, Senator Fillingane. Did you state the penalty for that?
I didn't, and we're not changing that, but the penalty under subsection 3 of section 1 is a person convicted of the offense of making a terroristic threat is guilty of a felony punishable by imprisonment in the custody of the MDOC for not more than 10 years. So 0 to 10 years would be the penalty.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Norwood. Senator Hill, what purpose?
Question, please.
Will you yield, Senator?
Sure.
Senator Hill is recognized.
There's a section in that bill that says that you don't have to make the threat directly to the person that's being threatened. I guess my concern would be, can it turn into a he said, she said thing, or does there have to be some type of proof other than somebody telling law enforcement that this person made a threat against this other person?
Oh, yeah. Great question. And as with any criminal prosecution, you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. So it's a heightened standard of proof. I don't do criminal law personally, but yes, you have to have evidence. You have to be able to convince a judge and or a jury if this were to actually go to a trial. The people don't just confess to it.
Right, but you don't have to have a recording or anything like that. It can just be testimony.
It certainly can be testimony, and typically what happens in these cases though is you track the phone call, because usually they call into the principal's office or they call into the university. So with technology now, it's pretty easy to track back to that phone number, to that person, a cell number or a home phone.
But I mean, it could be just a casual conversation with two people talking, and that's just my question.
I don't think so, no. I mean, I don't know of any prosecutor that would prosecute someone based on a casual conversation. I mean, obviously it has to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt. And just a casual conversation in passing, I don't know that anybody would be able to prove that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, Senator.
If not, I move adoption of the committee substitute.
Motion been made, adoption of committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're back on the bill.
If no other questions, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Any questions? Seeing none, senators move for adoption by utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present? Seeing none, bill passes. Thank you, Senator. We're on item 131.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would skip the other two items on my agenda right there and turn it back over to you.
Thank you. 131 and 132 retain their place on the calendar. Senator Barnett. Senator Barnett, you're recognized. We're on 133.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that you call up item 133 on today's calendar and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2584, Reentry Court Act of 2022, authorized pilot reentry courts in certain circuit court districts.
Senator, make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to explain the committee substitute in lieu of the original bill.
You're recognized to explain this committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. President. If you would allow Senator Fillingane to explain it.
Senator Fillingane, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a bill about a reentry court. It's titled the Reentry Court Act of 2022. And essentially what it does, and I'll go into more detail, but most of us are familiar with the drug courts that we have across the state. If you could get convicted of a drug crime, you, in some instances, have the option of going through the drug court program and abiding by, getting GEDs and passing different tests and those sorts of things, skill requirements and whatnot. And then at the end of that program, you don't have to serve the rest of the sentence. And I think it actually maybe gets taken off of your record. I'm looking at some of my criminal defense attorney friends who are helping me out on this one. So this is the similar type bill that we're trying for non-drug related offenses, because really the drug courts only apply to drug offenses, obviously. So I will go through the bill and try to be as quick about it as I can, because I know you all have other bills to get to. So the first section is the title, which is the Reentry Court Act of 2022. This third section, basically, and this is why we have a committee substitute instead of the original bill that was filed. Originally, there were going to be certain pilot projects set up across the state in certain named circuit court districts, but there seemed to be such an interest across the state in having this available. We changed the language in Section 3 to make it available anywhere in the state, and it's left to the discretion of the senior circuit judge in each of the circuits. So anywhere in the state that they would like to pursue these types of reentry courts, if this bill passes, they will be allowed to do so. It'll be up to the senior circuit judge in each of the districts across the state as to whether and how quickly to get into this. Section 4 just simply says, like with drug courts, that once the person enters into this program, the time spent in the drug court program will not count for parole purposes. So for instance, if they don't meet all the requirements, they flunk out of the program, then they're back into their regular sentence and they don't get credit for the time that they were spending in the reentry court program. Section 5 says that obviously the reentry court would work in conjunction with the Mississippi Department of Corrections and the Mississippi Intervention Court Commission to establish best practices. And of course, they're going to rely a lot on the experience of the drug courts and mimic a lot of what they've already done in the drug court system. Section 6 would be the eligibility requirement. So this is where it gets very specific. Line 65 and following, a defendant is eligible to be sentenced to the program if all of the following criteria are met. And the criteria are, of course, they've been previously convicted of one or more felony offenses in the state or any other state or federal court. The defendant meets the eligibility and suitability standards for sentencing to the program established under Section 3 herein. The court determines it's in the best interest of the community, so there's a community interest taken into account, and an interest of justice of the defendant be sentenced to the program. The defendant's suspended sentence for the charge before the court shall not exceed a term of incarceration of 20 years. The defendant shall not have any prior felony convictions for any offenses defined as sex crimes in Section 453323 or any substantially similar offenses. Subsection F, and we get asked this a lot, so I'll point it out. The crimes before the court shall not be a crime of violence as defined in Section 9732, with the one exception of the house burglary under subsection 971723(1), which is of an unoccupied dwelling. Not an occupied dwelling, but an unoccupied dwelling. The defendant cannot be sentenced in the present charge as a habitual offender pursuant to the code sections, and other criminal proceedings alleging commission of a crime of violence, as detailed herein, shall not be currently pending against that defendant. The crime before the court shall not be a charge of any crime that resulted in the death of any person. And so those are the criteria that the circuit judge would look to see if the person was eligible for the program or not. The reentry court shall consider the following factors in determining whether sentencing to the program is in the best interest of justice. And of course, that would include the nature of the crime charged, any special characteristics or circumstances of the defendant, whether there's a probability the defendant will cooperate with and benefit from the program, and whether the program is appropriate to meet the needs of the defendant, the impact of the defendant's sentencing upon the community, recommendations, if any, from the DA, recommendations, if any, of the involved law enforcement agency, recommendations, if any, of the victim involved, and provisions for the likelihood of obtaining restitution from the defendant, and then any mitigating circumstances. So those are some of the factors the court would look to. If the reentry court determines the offender is not eligible, then they simply state so and they're back into their regular sentencing program. If the defendant is eligible for sentencing to the program, then they must do the following. First, the judge must find that there is bed space available, because in some of our facilities at different times, they're all filled up, and obviously, if you're going to sentence someone into this program, there's got to be room for the person, so they would check to make sure there's space available. And then before the sentencing to the program, the defendant shall waive the right to a trial, shall enter a plea of guilty to the charge that he or she is to be sentenced, and the offense stipulated that the defendant shall be sentenced to the program in the custody of the Department of Corrections, and then after successful completion of the program, the reentry court shall suspend the remainder of the defendant's sentence and place the defendant on probation under the intensive supervision of reentry court for not more than 3 years. So there's a 3-year cap on that. And then the reentry court may impose any other conditions reasonably related to the rehabilitation, including ordering the defendant to participate and complete a substance abuse treatment program. It could also include obtaining a GED or skills training, those sorts of things. And then the defendant who is placed under the supervision of the reentry court may be ordered to pay the cost of these expenses. Obviously, if they can't afford to pay for it, they would pay for that. And then, of course, the defendant must consent. They must want to participate in this program, so they're not going to be forced into a program that he or she chooses not to be a part of. So their consent would be required too. And then, upon the successful completion of the program, the reentry court shall suspend the remainder of the sentence and place the person on probation for not more than 3 years. If the defendant fails to complete the program, the reentry court shall order the defendant to serve all or part of the remainder of the sentence for the original charge. So that is pretty much the bill, and it would be good through July the 1st of 2025. I'll be happy to answer any questions on the committee substitute.
Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question.
Question, Senator?
Yes.
You're recognized. Senator Hill.
I think during committee, we talked about this, that this would only exclude the list of violent crimes with the exception of burglary of an unoccupied dwelling and prior sex offenders who are convicted. So all other felonies, white collar crimes, including DUI, would be eligible under this program, correct?
I believe that's correct, yeah.
Okay, so if a person already can get one DUI non-adjudicated on the first offense, this would give them the opportunity to clean another DUI off their record, is that correct?
That would be up to the judge.
But it would give the opportunity if the judge approved it.
Yes.
So we could potentially clean 2 DUIs off a record with this program and the non-adjudication that's already on the books.
I believe that's correct.
Or basically any other crime that's not a white collar crime. I mean, that's not a violent crime.
Offense.
It's not a violent crime.
Not a violent offense, yes.
Okay, so we're talking about some pretty serious crimes that aren't violent crimes that somebody could qualify for this program, like
absolutely
witness tampering, witness intimidation, grand larceny, just a long list of crimes, correct?
And that is, I think that's exactly why you take into consideration, as I went specifically through, the nature of the crime, the special characteristics of the offense, the effect on the community, the effect, the recommendations from the DA, from the law enforcement agency, from the victims themselves. So, I trust our judges, and I feel
well, I don't trust all our judges.
Well, we may differ
by
on
no
that.
means.
Yeah, I trust our judges, and I believe if you give them the freedom to take into consideration all the factors surrounding that. If you've got someone who's a habitual DUI offender, I don't know of any judge that's going to allow this person to that program.
Well, the thing is, why are we not taking DUI out of it? If you don't think a judge ought to let DUI be a part of it, then why didn't we exclude DUI to begin with from the bill?
I said I trust the judges.
You trust that they wouldn't use DUI, but yet we left it as a potential.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I said, you don't think a judge would do DUI, but we got DUI as a potential. I mean, there's no way we know what a judge is going to do.
Well, I think we start cherry picking this crime or that crime. It's always like the NIMBY thing. It's not my backyard. If the white collar crime affected me or my business, then I'm going to want that one excluded. If an embezzlement happened and bankrupted my business, then I'm going to want that one excluded. So you can cherry pick any of these, and I know we all have our issues, and that's fine. And yeah, it's pretty expansive, but I think that's exactly the reason we make sure we itemize all the different criteria that judges must take into consideration when deciding whether to allow that particular defendant into the program.
Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions? Seeing Senator Parker, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Several questions, Mr. President.
Senator?
I do.
Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you over the years for your work. I think you and I have been right on point on just about every issue like this for the entire time we've served. And
yes,
so
I
ask these questions out of respect, but out of concern.
Sure.
You made the comment at the beginning that this was introduced as a pilot program in a few areas. And is it my understanding that this is now basically a pilot program everywhere? Would that be a correct characterization?
Last year, it was introduced, and I think it had 3 circuit districts in it. That's the way it was reintroduced this year as well. But I can tell you in the committee, and I think you may have been in some of those committee meetings, nearly every member of the committee whose circuit wasn't in the pilot plan in the bill raised their hand and asked me either publicly or privately later if we couldn't add their circuit court district into the pilot program. So I think it's potentially a very popular program that people wanted in their district. So instead of picking winners and losers, since there seemed to be such a groundswell of interest in it, we in committee actually amended it to wipe out the 3 or 4 circuit districts and just apply it anywhere in the state that a senior circuit judge wanted to implement it.
Right, and I just, in my area at least, I haven't had anyone approach me about the need or the want to do that.
Sure.
And you heard me ask earlier in today's session about the fourth offense DUI. How many felony convictions, before we added the fourth offense DUI, it's my recollection that before we added fourth offense, third offense was a felony, and that was it. So we did not have a second felony conviction when we added the fourth offense.
Right.
And so, like I mentioned earlier, I get very, very nervous when we mess with this statute that impacts DUI. Because to Senator Hill's point, you made a comment that you have to look at this and you have to look at the effect on the community. Mm-hmm. And in my area, we did have a 7-offense DUI offender who killed 2 young ladies in a terrible accident who had never been prosecuted for an offense beyond the first offense. Mm-hmm. We went to great lengths to try to make sure that that did not happen again. In the off session this year, we had another incident. I don't know exactly where it occurred. I think it was maybe on the coast somewhere. It got a lot of attention, got a lot of press, and I came to Jackson to speak on that because of my passion for that issue.
Right.
And in the interview, what I kind of made the promise to do was I wanted to make the promise that we were not going to take any steps back in DUI law.
Right.
And so to your point about cherry picking, I think on this bill that I would prefer very strongly to cherry pick on that issue, because I do think it has impacted families in my area, families on the coast, families all over the state. And if we are giving some kind of window to allow another DUI offense to slip through the system, I think we are doing a disservice to the people that I have made promises to, and the other chairman that I've worked strongly with in this room, in doing this. And so, am I misunderstanding this, or are we or if I'm completely misunderstanding this, please let me know. But does this not make DUI a little bit easier charge to work around, in your opinion?
No, and I appreciate the question and all your work on that area, and I do agree with you. I think what we fail maybe to recognize that doesn't expunge the crime. It would allow a sentence perhaps to be lessened or suspended, but when you're talking about the numbers of DUIs and one disappearing, so now they get another bite at the apple, that's still going to be on the law enforcement record. So if this is your third DUI, it's your third DUI, and you go away for a long time. The other thing I would say is that obviously crimes that are, if you look in line 76, 77, and 78, the defendant's suspended sentence for the charge before the court shall not exceed a term of 20 years. So these offenses, these third and fourth DUI offenses that you're talking about, I believe that they exceed those limits. So of course those would not be eligible either. So I think to answer hopefully your questions and concerns, which are valid ones, the records are still being kept. So you're not going to disappear or mask, is whatever the right word is, one of the DUI offenses.
So I guess my comment on that, in the task force that we put together and everything that we went through, one of the main issues was the reporting and all of that information, making it to law enforcement so that they could make the decision at the appropriate time.
Right.
So within the DUI legislation that we passed years ago, we put a provision in there that requires the circuit clerks to act in a timely manner and to get the information there in a hurry.
Right.
We also, on the fourth offense DUI, allowed that look-back period. And again, for those in here, I know we've got a room full of attorneys here, so if I'm speaking incorrectly, I apologize. I'm just going by my memory of the work on the bill myself. But we had a 5-year look-back period before, but on the fourth offense DUI, our look-back period was expanded to forever.
Right.
And my fear on this is anything that in any way hides or masquerades or changes the ability to look back and find that. We could have another situation where someone in one of our districts is coming to us with that call, and
it's a bad call to get. You know, it changes you for years. Right. And I just want to be sure that we're making that move. And so I apologize for the emotion on this.
No, don't. I think it's raw and it's real, and I appreciate it very much. And I'm willing to work with you if there's language in here that you would feel more comfortable amending to spell that out even more clearly. I actually think your concerns are covered by the language, but far be it from me to say you shouldn't offer an amendment to make it even more clear. I'm happy to work with you on that.
I'm not sure what amendment I would want at this time. I did have an opportunity to look at the original bill. I'll say I didn't have as much of an opportunity to look at the committee sub. I think, knowing what I know about it, I'm going to be forced to be unable to support it at this time. If it is fortunate enough to make it through this process, you know, I think at very least it needs a reverse repealer. It needs something of that nature, which, yeah,
I'm happy with
I don't
that.
think
if you'd
that
like to offer that now, I'm happy to support it.
I think at very least we need to offer that, but I want to let you know that even by offering that, I don't think that I can support it even with that. So I will, if someone else in the body would like to offer that amendment, I would certainly be supportive of that amendment. But thank you for your work.
You're very welcome. Thank you for yours.
Senator Sparks, for what purpose you seek recognition?
A question, Mr. President.
Senator Fillingane.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No crimes of violence in 9732 list they are excluded from reentry court, correct?
With the one exception of the burglary of an unoccupied dwelling.
And that would be with agreement and input from law enforcement, district attorney's office.
And victims.
And victims.
Yes. Okay.
In the 9732 list, and I say this to try to help maybe with some of these questions about DUI. DUI causing injury or DUI causing death, whether it's a first offense or a subsequent offense, is a crime of violence and would not be eligible for this program. Is that how you understand it?
That is my understanding, yes.
Okay. And as far as this program, from a dollar standpoint, I know it's open to every county, but there is no new money for this. This will be a county, or a circuit rather, choosing to participate from their own existing funds.
That is correct. There are no new state funds asked for in this bill.
And this is also not, sometimes we get it blended with drug court or intervention court, which is not incarceration.
Right.
Reentry court, the person, whatever their crime was, if it was white collar crime has been mentioned, or DUI, they would have to serve in MDOC custody a period of time up to 3 years.
Right.
That they would have a plan put together by the judge, agreed to. They receive no good time credit, trustee time, earned release supervision credits. They would have to serve every day of that sentence, then return before the judge that sentenced them to see if they're accepted into reentry court at that point. Is that?
That is correct. That's where the section of the bill that we went over briefly says that the circuit judge, if they choose to place a person into this program, must call whatever facility, whatever work center, prison, wherever that person will be sentenced, to make sure there's space available. So yeah, they're not sleeping at home at night. They are spending the night in the jail.
And then once they exit custody, if the judge then resentences them to reentry court, they have approximately a 3-year period of time that they are subject to the rigors of the reentry court, like our intervention courts, to help deal with whatever the issues are. And if they are moved out of reentry court, in other words, they fell out of reentry court, they go back to prison. Is that?
And they get no credit for the time served in the reentry court process.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sure.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Simmons Derrick, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
You for question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding, and thank you so much for all your work on this. My line of questions were similar to the questions that were raised by Senator Sparks.
Sure.
And I think the important section of the bill is Section 8. If you would just go to that section of the bill.
Yes, sir.
Because I just want to make sure the senators understand that there is a difference between our intervention or drug courts and what we are attempting to do here. In our drug courts, there is no sentence. The person does not go into custody. He or she is out. They get treated for their drug addiction. They may be ordered to work and report back, like you say, it's skills type requirements that the court may impose. But upon successful completion in a drug court program or intervention court program, then you go back and your record could actually be expunged.
That's exactly right.
But here, based off the language in Section 8, and based off the questions that were raised by Senator Sparks and answered by you, on line 154, if the reentry court determines that a defendant shall be sentenced to the program, so first there has to be an adjudication of the crime, and then they will have to be sentenced to the program.
Correct.
I'm looking at Section 8. It may be the wrong number. I'm going by what's on the computer screen.
Yeah, so in Section 7, it actually talks about that specifically on lines 126 and following. Before sentencing the program, the defendant first waives their right to a trial. They enter a plea of guilty, and then they are sentenced for 10, 15, 12, up to 20 years for whatever the sentence is that the judge imposes. And that sentence is already put in place.
That's right.
And then they get to go into this program if they meet all the criteria, and assuming they don't fail out, then at the end of that time, the judge revisits that and can suspend a portion or all of that sentence that they've already been convicted of. Unlike in the drug courts where they don't do the sentencing first, they go through the program, and if they are successful in the program, they're obviously never sentenced. Here, they're already on the hook, so it's a much more incentivized type situation because they know once they've already pled guilty, they've already been found guilty, they're sentenced, and then that sentence is held up for them to go through this program. And if they are successful in doing the drug court or the A&D programs, the GED programs, the skills training, whatever the judge requires of him or her, then they get to come back and see the judge again at the end of that program, and then he or she can, reduce that sentence or remove it, whatever they want to do. But you're all right, they're on the hook for the entire sentence if they fell out.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for your work, and thank you for yielding to my questions.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. Senator Barrett, you're recognized for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you for a question, Senator?
Yes, sir.
You're recognized, Senator.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, in Section 6, it talks about the defendant's eligibility for the reentry program.
Yes, sir.
And it seems something very important that we're missing in subsection A. It may be a Scrivener's error, but it says the defendant has been previously convicted of one or more felony offenses in the state or any other state or federal court. I'm assuming the defendant has not been previously convicted.
Yeah, that's my understanding too, so that is very likely a Scrivener's error that needs to be corrected.
Okay, I was just making sure we're not rewarding people for prior felony offenses.
Right,
Yeah,
you're
okay,
exactly
thank
right.
you, thank you.
Thank you for pointing that out.
All right. Let's see. Senator Parker.
Mr. President, I'd like to offer an amendment at the appropriate time.
Thank you. Time is appropriate, Senator Parker. Please proceed.
Change what I told you, just put it in reverse. Yeah, let's do it. That'd be perfect. I appreciate it. And especially after what Jason suggested about that Scrivener's bill, we should probably do it anyway.
Sorry guys, this committee sub, so I need to write this.
Yes.
Okay, 1 second. We'll have it ready. Senator Fillingham, we're ready for a motion to adopt the committee sub, and then we'll go to the amendment.
All right, thank you, Mr. President. I understand procedurally we need to adopt the committee substitute and then amend it. So my motion will be to adopt the committee substitute, and then I would obviously support our colleagues' amendment to add a reverse repealer to it.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're on the amendment. Senator Turner? 1 moment. Senator Turner, you're recognized. Question for a question?
I do have a question, Mr. President, but it would be on the committee sub and not in response to the amendment.
Okay. Senator Fillingham, you want to answer that question?
Yes, sir. I'll be happy to try.
Thank you. I understand that the program can be implemented based on the request of the senior circuit court judge.
Yes, ma'am.
If this bill is signed into law, would the reentry court be a function of the circuit, or would it require the approval of all of the counties within the circuit? Does that, you understand my question?
That's a great question, and the way it's worded is it would be at the pleasure of the senior circuit judge. And of course, like, I think there was a question earlier, they would have to have funds for that within their own budget. We're not asking for funds, we're not giving them any more money. If they have monies from fines and whatever in their budget, then they could implement this, and if they don't, they can't.
So is it a possibility with what you all envision with this bill, let's just say, for instance, there are 4 counties in a circuit and maybe only 2 want to participate. Would that be allowed under what you're proposing?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. We're trying to be as, loose with that portion of it as is necessary to fit within, because like you said, not every county would be interested. But there may be some within a particular circuit that are larger and have more of these problems that would be interested. So that would be totally up to the senior circuit judge's discretion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Okay, we've adopted the committee subject. We're on the amendment. Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a simple amendment. In light of the discussion and everything we've been through, although I may indeed be a no vote on the bill at the end, I understand that at this moment, if we pass the bill as it is, we may not see this bill back in this body. So in thinking about that, I think this is an important enough issue and something I want to be sure we get taken care of, that I'm going to change what I said on the floor. I'm going to offer a reverse repealer just to make sure that we do see this again, and in whatever form we see it, that it will be much better than now. So I'm hoping this will be a friendly amendment, but my amendment is to add a reverse repealer.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions on the amendment? Questions on the amendment? Senator Philgame, you're recognized.
We fully support the amendment. I think it's offered in a good intent and purpose, and obviously this is a very important piece of legislation. We want to get it right, so we welcome the amendment.
We need the motion, Senator Philgame.
I move adoption of the amendment.
Motion made to adoption amendment. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
If any other questions, I'll be happy to try to answer them. If not, I move adoption by use of the morning roll call.
Seeing no questions, the requested utilization of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. Parker. McClendon. McDaniel. Sojourner. Hill. Barrett. Chisholm. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, properly noted, no votes, and we are back. Senator Philgame, you had, that was your last. We go to, I'm sorry, Senator Barnett, that was your last one. We go to Senator Wiggins, 134.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that items 134, 135 pass and retain their place on the calendar, and go to item 136, call that up, ask the title be read.
134 and 135 retain place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2341, Child Support Create Presumption that support continues past the age of majority for a disabled child.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Wiggins.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that's coming from the Domestic Law Task Force. It's actually the bill that we addressed last year. In short, it is requiring or creating a presumption for special needs children to continue to receive via their parent or the custodial parent their child support. When the task force looked at this, actually found out that Mississippi was probably one of 3 or 4 states that did not have a law to this effect. And what's been happening, and Senator Parker had brought this to the task force, was that there are places in this state that payment is ceasing for these children when they reach 21. And what this is doing is simply allowing that to continue unless the non-custodial parent proves to the court why that should not be the case. And with that, I'd be open up to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Move passage on the morning roll call.
Senators, you request utilization of the morning roll call. I'm sorry, Senator Norwood, did you have a question before we do that? Senator Norwood, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Of course, Mr. President.
Senator Wiggins, you yield?
Yes.
Senator Norwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Wiggins, ooh, my computer just went out.
I don't have an answer for that.
I just want to ask the question regarding lines, I believe it's 15. What was deleted in that? Line 15 and line 16, was something deleted out of that?
I will have to pull that. I think that was asked in committee, and it wasn't anything substantive. It was just like an in or an and. We can pull that. But the operable language is actually over on lines starting at 146 and beyond.
But it's nothing that would impact the...
No, that's correct. That was cleanup language.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Wiggins.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes.
Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator, now we're ready for your motion. Senator's motion for utilization of the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be, of course, voting no? No. Present? None. Bill passes. Thank you, Senator. 137.
I ask that remain on the calendar, Mr. President.
137 retains its place on the calendar. Senator Polk. Senator Polk is recognized. We're on 138.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up, pass item 138, let it retain its place on the calendar, and then call up item number 139.
138 retains its place on the calendar. 139. Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2083, open meetings. Legislative Advisory Committee members must be invited to stay during executive session.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
I'd like for you to recognize Senator Boyd to explain the bill.
Senator Boyd, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Senator Polk. Senator Polk.
Yes.
This bill simply amends the open meeting law to provide that if a public body enters into executive session, the body must invite any member of its legislative advisory or oversight committee to stay present during the executive sessions. As many of you in here serve on those bodies, you are aware that a lot of the bulk of the importance of the meeting goes on into executive session. And so if you're properly to advise those bodies, it's important that you kind of hear the deliberations that goes on into those sessions. We had a question come up in committee of what different boards that we provide advice to. It's the State Personnel Board, the State Employee Health Insurance Management Board, the Wireless Commission, the Home Court, MDA, DHS, PERS, the State Bond Commission, and also Medicaid. And I'm sure some of you are on other boards that we don't even have listed here. So that's the bill. Do I have any questions?
Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move title sufficient, do pass. Final passage.
Close, but not the first part wasn't right.
Use of the morning roll call, Mr.
There you go.
President.
Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to record as voting no. Present. Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Boyd. 140. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass 140, ask that it retain its place on the calendar.
Retains its place on the calendar. 141, Senator Polk.
I'd like to call up item 141 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2164, Department of Tourism, create.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Senator Pope, please proceed.
I get to recognize Senator Thompson to explain the bill.
Senator Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 2164 is it's the bill that we've passed out of here the last two sessions. Would create a separate Department of Tourism. This would take tourism out from underneath MDA. So before I get into the guts of the bill, just from a broad perspective, tourism is Mississippi's fourth largest industry. You're looking at the 2019 numbers, the pre-COVID pandemic numbers. Annually, there were $6.7 billion with a B, spent by tourists visiting the state of Mississippi. Every other state in our region that we compete against for tourists to attract people to the state has their own separate Department of Tourism. This bill and this effort is not a knock on MDA or the way that MDA has handled tourism. This is simply designed to try to create a separate department using exactly the same number of pins and that are at MDA under the Division of Tourism to create the Department of Tourism, so that there's some transparency, so that there's some ease of access for our DMOs when they go up to the department to try to get things that they need, and to try to create some consistency for branding of the state and things like that, and make sure there's no duplication of efforts amongst DMOs when marketing Mississippi tourism to outside of the state. So looking quickly through the bill, Section 1 creates the act is a Mississippi Tourism Reorganization Act. Section 2 on lines 39 to 51 establishes the department. This is very similar language to other existing departments, establishing powers, duties, and contractual rights. Section 3 on lines 52 to 70 creates the executive director position and provides that the governor shall appoint the executive director. Section 4 at lines 71 to 119. This is the current language found in the MDA Tourism Division statute. Section 5 at lines 120 to 140 sets forth the general powers and duties of the executive director. Section 6 at lines 141 to 148. Again, this is current language found in the Tourism Division statute, and it authorizes the Department of Tourism to establish a program of grants that could be matched by the different DMOs that currently exist. Similarly, Section 7 and 8 and 9 are current language from the Tourism Division statute. And Sections 10 through 15 repeal the current statute, since everything will now be transferred under the Department of Tourism. So that's my brief explanation of the bill, and with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on Senator Chasnow? You're recognized for.
I'd like to speak on the bill at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Norwood, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Thompson, have we looked at potential, what the cost would be, maybe to start establishing a Department of Tourism?
But from what we're looking at, this is simply taking the pins that are the MDA Division of Tourism, taking those employees and putting them under the Department of Tourism. So the increased cost would be basically new letterhead. It would be negligible.
So there will be no real cost will be added as a result. So you basically just taking it intact and moving it out.
Taking the Division of Tourism out from MDA and creating the Department of Tourism and putting them under there. Yes, sir.
Now, would they, and they would operate under the leadership of the governor's office?
Yes, sir. The executive director would be appointed by the governor. It's still an executive branch, just like MDA currently is. Executive branch agency.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, Senator Chasnow, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Thompson. This has sort of become my annual report on tourism, and I will be brief. I can only speak as one who has worked happily for the past 15 years to promote Mississippi through the existing tourism entity. And our image has been enhanced, I believe, through tourism. We often laugh in our committee that many of the people come before the Senate asking for money, asking for help to fund our agencies. Tourism is one of the things that brings money into Mississippi. And you can probably look at all the coast folks back there and they'll agree that yes, because of tourism, their economy is booming. Tourism is the fourth largest economic driver for the state of Mississippi. That's huge. Through our museums, through our music, through our restaurants, through our cultural attractions, through simple things like small towns. I spent several hours watching a TV series on Sunday afternoon that showcased a little town that has brought people from all over the country to buy houses and to renovate them. It's exciting. And I point these things out to you not to be a naysayer against Senator Thompson or Senator Polk. They're both good friends of mine, you know that. But I'm just wondering if this is the right move and this is the right time for this. I have happily worked with the existing structure of Visit Mississippi. We have some really exciting developments in the works. We have an opportunity to do some great things through tourism in Mississippi that have never been dreamed before. And I'm sorry I can't elaborate on those things before you now because, as you know, loose lips sink ships, as they say. I wonder why we might upset the apple cart with Visit Mississippi and possibly destroy bringing these projects to completion. As I say, timing is everything. Why this bill? Why now? I'm happy with the current leadership at MDA. I work well with them. I've had a good relationship with our counterpart on the House side and hope to continue to work well with them. And it is for me to ask you, as members of this body, to think long and hard before we change things for the sake of change. And I realize you will vote as you feel you are led to vote, and I will always respect and admire each of you. But I did not think I could sit quietly as this bill was presented because I am opposed to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chesno. Senator Jordan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I don't know whether this question would go to Senator Chesno or to the person to Senator Polk. Since tourism ranks number 4 in the state of Mississippi, bringing individuals in and financially, is that the reason is, in your opinion, that you think is being removed from MDA, or why is it being removed from MDA? Is it because of its growth capacity?
Senator Jordan, I think that's a question you'll have to ask Senator Thompson, who's presenting the bill. He understands this particular legislation better than I do.
Yeah.
I just wanted to present my feelings to this body as to why I would like for the bill not to pass.
I understand. You and I have worked together very good on tourism. We know what it means in the area where we live. But I'm just questioning about the capacity to remove it from under MDA to on its own or whatever else they're moving it. Does the growth capacity has anything to do with it? That's my question.
As I say, Senator Jordan, I have worked very well with the existing people at Visit Mississippi and hope to continue to do so. We have a number of projects, as I say, some that have not even been brought forward publicly, that I would like to continue to work with the existing body. If we change things, sometimes it's change for the sake of change. And
Well,
maybe I'm just getting old and don't like a lot of change, but I would like to see us continue to work with the existing organization under MDA.
well, maybe I should ask you this question. You think its gross capacity has anything to do with the moving? And you and I have worked together with it in our area, as you know, it's
Yes.
booming. And you've done a lot to bring it forward to this point, I agree. But moving it, for what reason?
As I say, Senator Jordan, you'll have to ask that of Senator Thompson, who's presenting the bill. And I think he can answer that question better than I.
Thank you. I'm waiting for that answer as soon as you get back.
Okay.
I apologize, Senator Jordan.
Yes, sir. Just want a simple answer. Does the gross capacity of it in terms of it's not ranked number 4, bringing in revenue to this state, does that have anything to do with removing it from under MDA?
Currently, MDA handles all of the economic development work under Mississippi. Our ports are under MDA. There's a number of different economic development engines that are under MDA,
yes,
including tourism.
Cool.
Bringing tourism out and creating its own department, that is designed so that we can maximize our tourism efforts, be it branding issues, allocating money across the DMOs. You know, in my mind, it would be similar to trying to have transportation and education underneath the same department. You wouldn't do that. You want Department of Transportation to focus on transportation, right? This would allow, you would have one department with one director who's dedicated solely to tourism. And I share Senator Chazanall's concerns about change for the sake of change, but that's not what this is. This is change for the sake of trying to have a dedicated agency, an agency dedicated to tourism with a director dedicated to tourism who's accountable for, to your point, the expansion of tourism in the state of Mississippi.
So you want to make it more efficient than what you think it is now?
I think an agency having multiple responsibilities and roles across several different business sectors could inherently create some inefficiencies. Again, I'm not criticizing what MDA has done or is doing.
Neither am I. But you think that it could be done more efficiently on its own?
Done more efficiently on its own, and also a director who's accountable for only tourism. Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Senator Jordan.
Okay, any other questions? Any other question, Senator Jackson? For what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
You, Senator.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed, Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Thompson. My question in regards to this bill, have we looked to other states to see how the Department of Tourism is aligned?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So Louisiana, for example, has its own Department of Tourism. It's under its lieutenant governor. It's a little bit different setup than what we have here, where it's its own agency, or what we're proposing in this bill here. Alabama has its own dedicated Department of Tourism. Florida has its own Department of Tourism. This is to try to bring us in line with those other. Arkansas has its own Department of Tourism. This is to try to bring us in line with those states that we compete with.
Okay. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Senator Jackson. Okay, any other questions? Any other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for the amendment, I believe.
Yes, sir. We have a committee sub.
We're ready for the committee substitute.
Committee sub.
You moved to, your motion to adopt, sir.
Yes, Mr. President.
Okay, Senator makes a motion to adopt the committee substitute. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Now we're on the
Back on the
final passage. You have it up? Yeah.
Move for final passage.
We're on
morning
final
roll call.
passage. It's on the court. Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Move for final passage on the morning roll call.
Move final passage on the morning roll call. Does anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no. McDaniel, no. Chisholm, no. Chazanall, no. Branning, no. Hill, no. Sojourner, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Thank you. The bill passes. We're back, Senator Polk, we're back on 142, I believe. Senator Polk is your next one. Thank you, Senator Thompson. Senator Polk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass item 142, let it retain its place on the calendar. Move to item 143, ask the title be read.
142 retains its place on the calendar. Mr. Clerk, please read 143.
Senate Bill number 2373, Professional Engineers and Surveyors Licensing Board, approve provision requiring governor to make appointments from nominees.
Mr. President, make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Polk.
I'd like for you to recognize Senator Wiggins to explain the bill.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized.
We need you to explain the bill. And while we're at this, Senator Boyd, you may want to get the thumb and pass it.
Senator Boyd.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, so Senate Bill 2373 is, what we're doing is we're trying to make the government in this board and agency more efficient by allowing the governor in the area of the professional engineers and surveyors to be able to choose people from outside of just the list that was being provided to him. There has been some issues with this board. Even Senator Hill spoke up in committee to talk about it, about the issues that have occurred. And what this does is simply allow the best qualified to be appointed by the governor, and it removes the language that that limits the governor's selection to just from the Society of the Engineers and Surveyors, and that's what the bill does.
Okay, questions on the bill? Questions on the bill. Senator Branning, for what purpose?
Question, Mr.
You
President.
for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Senator Branning, you're recognized.
Is there still a requirement that any of the nominees be licensed surveyors or engineers to be appointed to the board?
Under the new
Yes, under the
proposed
proposal.
bill, yes, they have to have the requirements that meet that.
So the only change would be then they can just expand the scope and look to additional people that hold those designations, not just on the list?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Simmons, for what purpose?
Question, Mr. President.
Were you for a question, Senator?
Yes.
Please proceed, Senator Simmons.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator, for yielding. Why is this legislation needed, Senator Wiggins?
I'm sorry?
Why is the legislation needed?
Well, actually, I think Senator Hill said it best in committee that there's been years of, I guess, frustration with the board, and there's been, and the way the current law is that the governor is only limited to the list that is provided by the associations. And there has been a problem over the last couple of years, certainly last year, of trying to get the right qualified people on the board. And by doing this, it allows an expansion to go beyond that. And so we're trying to make it better for the citizens, honestly.
Well, I'm quite sure a lot of members in this chamber probably receive emails or calls or texts from the local engineers. And I was trying to see what would be the objection from our local engineers regarding this legislation.
Well, part of the issue is that the current law is that there's only a limited pool. It becomes self-perpetuating. You end up with the same people or the same, certainly the same, I guess you'd even call it philosophy. So this is to broaden that and get the best people on there.
And so right now, and I don't know the answer, so I'm asking. So right now, the list, is it determined by all of those engineers that are part of the association?
Only those associations, yes. And that right there, honestly, is part of the issue. Because the governor cannot go outside it. And I'm just making this as an example, but it's like on the State Board of Medical Licensure, the state medical gives 5, and the governor can only select 3 of those 5. Well, there's more people than should be qualified, or actually should be considered, than just 3 of only those 5 names. And that's what I mean by it becomes self-perpetuating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hill, for what purpose?
I would just like to briefly speak in favor of this bill.
Okay, other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, Senator Hill, you're recognized to speak on the bill.
Thank you. I was extremely happy to see this bill come up in committee. If you would look and see the lawsuits that have been filed by the Mississippi Board of Engineers and Surveyors over the last 5 or 6 years against perfectly functioning businesses, and they go to the Attorney General's office and they get them to take on this suit and sue this business. There's been a company called Jiffy Lube and Tire Engineers. Y'all probably know that company. They were sued in Mississippi because the board said, you can't use the word engineer in your title. You're misrepresenting yourself. Everybody knew that was a tire changing company. They weren't engineering anything. They were tire engineers putting tires on your car. So the Fifth Circuit agreed with the tire engineers that this was a frivolous lawsuit. Cost state a good bit of money. One of my constituents is co-owner in a company called Visalign. They don't survey, they don't measure, they never go out on anybody's property. They take a public domain description that's on a property deed, put it into a GIS mapping system, and print out a picture and give to a bank. They were sued by this board, and it was claimed that they were surveying without a license. And the Fifth Circuit sent it back to the jurisdictional court here in Madison and said, you better relook at this. That lawsuit cost the state of Mississippi a lot of money as well. This board has acted as an anti-competitive arm and has committed punitive acts against properly functioning businesses in this state, and I think it's high time that that was recognized, and I'm thankful that Senator Wiggins and the governor are going to try to do something about this dysfunctional anti-competitive board. And I urge you to support this bill.
Thank you, Senator Hill. Anyone else? Senator, you're recognized to close.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Senator has moved for passage on the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Simmons. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing none, the bill passes. Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Hill?
With unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as a co-author to this bill.
Seeing no objection, unanimous consent is granted. Senator Parker, co-author. Anyone else? Anyone else? Bill passes. 144 on the calendar. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item 144 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill Number 2797, Deficit Prevention Act, requires state agencies to notify certain officials when likelihood of a deficit exists.
Make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? No, the ayes have it.
I'd like to be recognized to explain the bill.
Senator, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Bill 2797 is the Deficit Prevention Act. What this bill does is create a means for the state agency to notify the governor, lieutenant governor, speaker of the House, and chairs of the Senate and House Appropriations Committee within 15 days after they have determined that there is a very good likelihood of a deficit for the current fiscal year. The bill also requires the state agency to work with the state auditor and DFA to develop a plan to avoid or limit any deficit. This plan shall include limiting the travel and conference attendance to those deemed essential by the director of the agency and restricts the purchasing of equipment, vehicles, and other non-necessities. The term state agency includes all agencies and institutions that are required to submit a budget to the legislature under 27-103-103. I'll be glad to take any questions.
Okay, questions on the bill? Seeing none, Senator, we're ready for your motion.
Final passage, use of the morning
Senator
roll
moves
call.
for final passage utilization of the morning roll call. Anyone object to procedure? Should be recorded as voting no. Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Senator, you recognize 145.
Like to pass and let it retain its place on the calendar.
Change the place on the calendar. Chairman Chasnoff, pass. Chairman DeBar, pass. That goes to 154. They retain its place on the calendar. Chairman McDaniel, pass. Chairman Polk, pass in second. That's 156 to 161. Chairman Fillingane, pass. Chairman Wiggins, pass. Chairman Barnett, we're on 164.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that you call it bill up and have the title read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2280, Corrections, Extend Repealer on Intensive Supervision Program and Electronic Home Detention.
Senator makes the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that we recognize Senator Sparks to explain the bill.
Senator Sparks, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2280 addresses the Intensive Supervision Program in MDOC, which is also known as house arrest. It does not change the terms, conditions, who's eligible. It simply extends the repealer from 2022 to 2026. I would yield any questions, Mr. President.
Senator Johnson, for what purpose you seek recognition? Senator Johnson passes. You answer his questions. Anyone else? Anyone else? Ready for your motion, Senator.
I move for passage on the morning roll call.
Senator moves for passage on the morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Hill, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Seeing none, the bill passes. Chairman Bryan, 165, passes. Chairman Wiggins, passes 166, 167. They retain their place on the calendar. Chairman Tate, passes. Chairman Michelle, passes on 169. Chairman Blackwell. Chairman Blackwell is recognized. We're on 170.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to suspend the rules and go back to item 91.
Motion to suspend the rules. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I'd like to call up item 91 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read item 91.
Senate Bill number 2033, Recipients of Medicaid Extend Postpartum Coverage up to 12 months.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill has to do with extending postpartum care to 12 months. As you know, currently, prior to COVID, we had coverage up to 60 days. Through the COVID situation, benefits have been extended indefinitely. Since we've been under this, there have been 20 states that have gone through either filed legislation to extend to 12 months or have applied for a waiver. And so all this bill does on lines 292 is the division is authorized and directed to provide up to 12 months of continuous coverage postpartum for any individual who qualifies for Medicaid coverage under this section as a pregnant woman to the extent allowable under federal law and is determined by the division. You may recall we passed this same language in our tech bill. It died over in the House, so I'm hopeful this year we'll get it across the goal lines and they'll pick it up. And just before I yield for questions, just want to, back in 2019, then Governor Phil Bryant proclaimed that he wanted Mississippi to be the safest place for unknown children in America. And as you know, we have passed an abortion law that says abortions can occur after 15 weeks. Supreme Court is currently looking at that bill. I think we've done an excellent job of protecting the baby in the womb. But once it's out of the womb, it's like, whoop, you're on your own. Hopefully, by passing this bill, we can take care of that. We still lead the nation in infant mortality as well as maternal mortality. I'd like to see an end to that. So anyway, I'll yield for questions.
Questions on the bill. Senator Hill, you're recognized.
So currently Medicaid already covers newborns and new mothers.
That's correct. And right now it's set for an indefinite period of time during the COVID.
I'm sorry.
During this COVID situation, it's for an indefinite, so they're not taken off. But this would, once that's done, this would extend that coverage to 12 months.
And so the child would already potentially be eligible for Medicaid or CHIPS, the baby. And we currently have that in place to take care of the children once they're out of the womb. So they're not thrown.
No, not, perhaps, I don't know, but we're not providing care for the mother. We do lead the nation in maternal mortality as well as infant.
So how many visits are currently paid for postpartum?
I couldn't tell you how many visits.
I think it's till they're released, if I'm correct, and I think that's about the same as what my insurance pays for. So I'm just struggling at, you know, what else do we need to do for a postpartum mother? Because generally after 6 weeks they're released.
Generally, but I've got statistics on deaths. Let's see here. 49% of the deaths occur within 6 weeks, and 37% of deaths after 6 weeks.
So the deaths are happening more when they're already covered, is what it sounds like to me.
They could, that could be true, yes.
So, okay, well, I just, you know, and my train of thought is my insurance pays for till they release me after about 6 weeks, and I'm looking at what the real necessary reason is to cover a mother past 6 weeks, and the baby's already covered under CHIPS. So I don't think it's like we're throwing them out on the street if they have the same coverage that my insurance provides for a pregnant woman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Let's see, Senator Jordan. You're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to ask one question from the chairman. Is these funds are still 90-10, 90% federal dollars and 10% state dollars? Match funds?
The RF map right now is a little over 86. I think it's 86.4%.
86.4% federal.
Yes.
And about 13.6% state. Correct. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you want to extend it for another 12 months. Is that what this bill does?
It would allow, once this COVID situation is over and the feds rescind this current coverage, which is indefinite, yes, then the mother and the baby would be covered for 12 months instead of 60 days.
Instead of 60 days. Will you agree with me that there are a lot of poor people that need these services?
Yes, sir, I'm sure there are.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Jordan. Senator McDaniel, for what purpose you seek recognition?
Question, Mr. President.
For a question, Senator Blackwell.
Absolutely.
Senator McDaniel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate it. Just so I'm clear, if we don't pass this bill, what happens? What's the present system? What does it provide?
Well, currently, the care is indefinite. So right now, they're covered. So once we go back to normal life, the coverage will fall back to 60 days. So their coverage would end after 60 days.
After 60 days, and it's going to extend all the way into a year.
And so this would extend it to 12 months instead of 2 months.
Are there any income limits that are, the income limits of the mother? I'm just curious, does it apply to able-bodied working mothers?
It applies to the women who are currently covered under Medicaid.
Okay.
So this is not expansion. If you want to call it anything, it's an enhancement of benefits. We already provide this coverage.
Okay. It's an enhancement, not expansion.
That's correct.
And there's no additional tax.
Interesting euphemism.
Yes. I'm learning from you.
Yeah, right. Cost. Let's talk about the cost for a second, because this has got to have some impact. Now, not simply on state dollars. What's the total cost, federal and state dollars, if we...
I don't have that figure, but let's talk the cost of ICU. Let's talk the cost of a mother or baby going into the ER.
Yeah.
Let's talk the cost of NICU services. I think the program will pay for itself.
Well, we don't know that because we don't know the cost. You're asking us to take a leap in the dark with a blank check, essentially. And speaking
what I'm asking you to do is to do the right thing. You'd be the first one to stand up here and talk about an abortion law. And all I'm saying is we're protecting them in the womb. Let's protect them out of the womb for up to a year.
I agree.
That's all I'm saying.
Listen, I agree with that completely. The question, though, can Medicaid really provide that coverage? The studies show that Medicaid outcomes are worse for people that are even uninsured. That's what the data shows. The data shows.
I know that data.
The data also shows, does it not? I'll ask you a question. Does it not that Medicaid has expanded every single year since 1965, but health outcomes haven't gotten any better? In fact, it's taken a greater percentage of our income to operate from this state perspective, right? And a greater percentage of income from a federal perspective just to operate a system that's been failing the people of this state and other states for as long as it's been in existence. Isn't that right?
I would have to take a closer look before I confirmed or denied that.
So I am absolutely for taking care of mothers and children, not simply the unborn, those as well. But the reality is that Medicaid doesn't live up to the hype. It never has. The system has to be reformed, or we're just throwing good money after bad. And as I understand it, this bill doesn't do anything to reform the present Medicaid system.
No, it doesn't. This extends the coverage.
Senator, it's not your fault, I know, but we don't even have a cost. We don't even know what this is going to cost. That's all I've got. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Senator McDaniel. Senator Hill, for what purpose you seek recognition? Got your light on? There we go. Thank you very much. Other questions? Other questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
Request passage by the use of the morning roll call.
Use of the morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Anyone wish to be recorded as voting no? No. McDaniel.
Yeah.
Sojourner, no. Chisholm, no. Hill, no. Anyone else? Branning, no. Anyone else? Anyone else? Present? Present? None. Senator Blunt, for what purpose?
Mr. President, after the vote is announced, I would like unanimous consent to be added as co-author of the bill.
Okay. All right. Seeing no other bills passed, and we now have Senator Blunt as a co-author. Anyone else? Okay. So you want to help me count those? Senator Jordan, Thomas, Simmons, Simmons, Norwood, Jackson, Frazier, Boyd, Butler. Anyone else? Simmons with a D. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Commissioners, seeing no objection, permission is granted. Senator Blackwell, we're back on number 170.
I'd like to call item 170 up and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2739, non-emergency medical transportation providers require permit and set certain standards related to such service.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask you to recognize Senator Parker to present the bill.
Senator Parker, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this bill deals with is it deals with non-emergency transportation. Some of you may be familiar with this, but any MT provider is someone who takes someone to an appointment, such as a doctor's appointment or some other appointment that they might have, usually involving health care. It's usually an elderly or disabled person who is being transported, and this is a person who does not require an ambulance to get them to the appointment. Currently, we don't have any provisions that are put on these non-emergency medical transport persons, and this would set some up. So this would allow the Commissioner of Transportation to adopt rules and standards for the operation of vehicles used by NEMT transportation services which are reasonably necessary to protect the health and safety of individuals using that service. The standards would include qualifications of the drivers that would include a background check, a criminal background check, including a sex offender registry check, annual motor vehicle record checks to make sure that perhaps someone hadn't received a DUI or something like that during the past year, drug screens, and for drivers it would require appropriate training for the mode of transportation being provided. For example, if they were driving something like a commercial vehicle that required a special license, it would ensure that they had indeed the license for that product. The Department of Transportation would also be in charge of checking the safety of any vehicles that are used for this purpose and providing general requirements concerning any inspection necessary for that, and also require that the person providing this service have minimum insurance requirements met. And so that is basically what the bill does. I believe it is protecting the elderly and disabled who are being taken to appointments, and I would be glad to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
My motion would be passage on the use of morning roll call.
So morning roll call has been requested. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? No. Present? None. Bill passes. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to pass item 171, ask it to keep its place on the calendar, and go to items 172 and ask the title be read.
Mr. Clerk, please read the title, 172.
Senate Bill number 2448, Special Care Facility for Parole Inmates, authorized parole for medically frail inmates, licensure and Medicaid reimbursement.
I make the usual motion.
The Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask you to recognize Senator Wiggins to explain the bill.
Senator Wiggins, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your work. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that we passed last year, actually made it for some technical reasons, didn't make it through the House. And in short, what it does is it allows the parole board to parole to certain facilities that will take care of inmates who are at the end of life in the position where they are not a threat to society. They have certain conditions that require them to be taken care of in these treatment facilities. And it allows for certain facilities across the state to be converted to, to be used in this manner. And it allows for the Department of Corrections to have these inmates in these facilities via the parole board, which of course helps on the costs that we have. There is a federal matching that goes along with this, and which would cover the cost on this. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Senator Hill.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would you yield, Senator?
Yes.
This is that bill that we had last year, and basically we would, if I remember correctly, there would be somebody that would open like 5 nursing homes, and these inmates would be put in these nursing homes on Medicaid, and that would be what runs the facilities. Is that correct?
Well, that to a degree, but what it is they are facilities that they're not nursing homes, they're for medically frail individuals, and that's the definition in here. Yes, Medicaid will cover the cost. There's a federal matching on this. It will also help reduce the cost currently to the Department of Corrections. and they have to have a qualifying condition, and the first of which is they have to be medically frail, which means an individual who's a minimal threat to society and whose ability to perform the activities of daily living is impaired, and who may have limited mobility as a result of one or more of the conditions, and it lists there.
My concern is that there is someone that committed a murder in my county and has already somehow managed to petition the circuit judge a couple of times to try to bypass the parole board and use that medically fragile, basically just an old man that wants out of jail. And so that's my concern is, you know, how medically fragile will be used. I know probably right now we don't have to worry about it that much, but in the future, when we have other people maybe managing corrections, that would just be one of my concerns. And I would also really like to see a cost comparison to prove that it would save money.
And I had that last year, the cost comparison. I'm sorry, I do not have that with me, but
I just wondered why there was a lobbyist tracking this thing last year, because usually when I have a lobbyist tracking something, that kind of makes me worry about it. You know, that there's some money in there for somebody somewhere. So, you know, it is what it is. I appreciate your work on it.
Thank you. Just to answer, it is drafted narrowly in the situation you're describing. There is a provision in the law where they can petition the circuit judge. However, that is not this bill. It has to be the parole board that makes that decision. It's basically giving them a tool in the toolbox to manage the inmate population that is there. And then, like I said, and I'm not going to read them all, but the conditions have to be a mental disorder, serious and complex condition. There's also provisions in here to allow experts to make those, to help the Department of Corrections to make those decisions. And you can't be a sex offender like we talked last year. You can't be all those type of things. So it's a limited class. So thank you.
Any other questions for Senator? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion.
Move passage on the morning roll call, Mr. President.
Passage on morning roll call. Anyone object to the procedure? Wish to be recorded as voting no? Present. McDaniel. No. McClendon, no. Chisholm, no. Hill, no. Anyone else? Branning, no. Sojourner, present. Sojourner, present. Anyone else? McMahon, present. McMahon, present. Anyone else? Anyone else? Okay. Item 173 will obtain its place on the calendar, and we will go Chairman Kaufman, pass. Chairman Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to call up item number 175 and have the title read.
175, Mr. Clerk, please read the title.
Senate Bill number 2281, Advanced Recycling, Decreased Plastic Waste.
I make the usual motion.
Senator makes the usual motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Please proceed, Senator Carter.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very simple bill. It's a feel-good bill, actually, if you're passionate about recycling like I am. The process currently is done mechanically, and there was no current process to break down finer plastics such as like Ziploc bags. And so basically what this does is includes new technology where they can actually use thermal to melt down the plastics, as well as chemical compositions to further recycle plastics. And that's what the bill does. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions on the bill? Questions on the bill? Seeing none, we're ready for your motion, Senator.
I move passage on the morning roll call.
Your motion passed on the morning roll call. Anyone reject the procedure? When next will be recorded as voting no. Seeing none. Present? Seeing none. I'm sorry. Okay, seeing none. At this point, we will have all of the remaining ones retain their place upon the calendar, beginning with 176. And we will start with that in the morning on 176. It's not anticipated by the chair that we will be here Friday to give you time to work on your bills, and also give you time. There are some, MDOT has warned us of some ice storm problems. So I'll now ask for announcements before we get to Senator Polk. Announcements, Senator Blunt.
Thank you, Mr. President, for an adjourned memory.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. When the Senate adjourns today, I would ask that we do so in memory of Max Woodliff, a young man who died yesterday. He was from Jackson. His parents are Dan and Kathy Woodliff of Jackson. I would ask that when we adjourn, we do so in his memory. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Senator McDaniel, you're recognized. Oh, it broke.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I sense some, I think I've been canceled.
Not by me.
No, okay. I'd like to enter a motion to reconsider on item 91, Senate Bill number 2033.
91, Mr. Clerk. To the chairman. Thank you, Senator. We'll move to Senator Branning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to request unanimous consent to be co-author on a couple of bills. First one is number 7 on today's calendar, which is Senate Bill 2278. Number 75 on today's calendar, 2460. Number 84, which is 2587. Number 128, which is 2073.
7, 75, 84, and 128, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Polk, for an announcement before we get started.
Mr. President, I move that request unanimous consent for the immediate release of item number 4 and number 5 on today's calendar.
Number 4 and number 5. Seeing no objection, immediate release is granted. Senator Harkins.
Thank you, Mr. President. Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
When the Senate adjourns today, I ask they do so in memory of Mr. Carl Larry Saxton of Canton.
Thank you, Senator. Senator McMahon, you're recognized for an announcement.
Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
On behalf of Senator Sparks and myself, we would like to remember a United States Marine that has slipped into eternity, Grady Wigington. I ask the Senate to adjourn in his memory.
Thank you. Senator Kaufman, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to be added as a co-author on item number 128 and item number 84 on today's calendar.
128 and 84, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Parker, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 announcements. First, I'd like to be added with unanimous consent as a co-author on item number 139, Senate Bill 2083. And the second is a reminder that the Mississippi Economic Development Council legislative reception takes place tonight from 5 until 6:30 at the Westin. Thank you.
After 6:30 at the Westin. Thank you, Senator. It's 139, I think, Mr. Clerk. Senator Williams, you're recognized.
Yes, sir, Mr. President. I'd like to be asked to be added as unanimous consent to be added to item number 175, Senate Bill number 2281.
Unanimous consent is granted to Senator Parker on his request and Senator Williams. Senator Sparks, you're recognized for an announcement.
Adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
With Senate adjourns today, I'd ask they adjourn in the memory of Shirley Taylor of Boonville, Mississippi, a longtime instructor at Northeast Mississippi Community College.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Blackwell, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to hold House Bill 1440 on a motion to reconsider.
1440.
It did not have an item number. It was.
Okay. Do we have a House Bill 1440? Yes, sir. Okay. Join the chair. Thank you, Senator. Senator Younger.
I'd like to ask to be co-author of 175 Senate Bill 2281 and 91 Senate Bill 2033 and 136 Senate Bill 2341.
Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing no objection, granted. Senator Butler, you're recognized for an announcement.
Mr. President, I would like to be added as a co-author on number 84, Senate Bill 2587 with unanimous consent.
84, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objection, consent is granted. Senator Wiggins, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to announce to the chamber that tomorrow at noon will be the first meeting of the First Responders Caucus in room 113. It will be a lunch. Everyone is invited. Again, it will be the first meeting of the First Responders Caucus. Please come and support our first responders. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Wiggins. Senator Barnett, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be added, unanimous consent to be added as a co-author to Senate Bill 2033 on today's, item number 91 on today's calendar.
Item number 91, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objection is granted. Senator Jordan, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. With united consent, I would like to be added to item number 532444.
532444, Mr. Clerk. Senator Simmons, Derek.
Adjourn the meeting, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. When the Senate adjourns today, on behalf of myself and Senator Robert Jackson, I ask that we adjourn in memory of former Senator Delma Furness. Thank you. Who passed away.
Thank you very much. Senator Jackson, you're recognized for an announcement.
By unanimous consent, I'd like to be added as co-author to item number 99 on today's calendar, Senate Bill 2505.
99. Thank you, Senator Jackson. Mr. Clerk, 99. Senator England, you're recognized for an announcement.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have an adjourn in memory.
Please proceed.
Thank you. When we adjourn today, I ask that we do so in memory of Reverend Sam Jones. He was the husband of my fifth grade teacher, Miss Jones, and was a great man from Hurley, Mississippi. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator England. Senator Simmons, Sarita.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to be added as a co-author for item number 57, Senate Bill 2272, item number 86, Senate Bill 2817, and item number 116, Senate Bill 2474. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators 57, 86, and 116, Mr. Clerk. Seeing no objection, unanimous consent is granted. Other announcements. Other announcements. I want to thank the Senate for its very hard work and working on so many bills today. We'll turn to Senator Polk.
First, an announcement, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. This is for our junior pages and their sponsors. Pictures will be taken in the chamber in the morning at 9:30 with the Lieutenant Governor of all of our junior pages and their sponsoring senators, Senator Chazanall, Chisholm, Fillingane, and Hill.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Polk, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in recess until 5 p.m. today, at which time the journal will reflect that we're adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.
I've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We stand in recess.